Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 201. I already messed it up. Should we just keep it? We'll keep it.
Keep it.
Yeah.
It's really quite indicative of the quality of the show, perhaps. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, man. 200. We're there. It's funny because that exact thing happens to me every time, like every January, where it's like, oh, what year is it?
Yeah, I usually botch a check or two every year as I'm writing. I don't write too many checks anymore, but back in the day, writing a rent check, write it for the previous year, get it kicked back to you or something like that. It takes a little time for me to catch up, of course. I'm sorry about that error right off this. I hope it's not a bad omen for our show. No, I don't think so either. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. Very good. I feel recovered and rejuvenated and just excited. It's good. Like we said this after the last show, there's like a new energy after a live show. So, and I'm feeling the afterglow, and yeah, just excited to get back into the swing. We got quite a show here, Colin.
Yeah, it is.
With some stuff that we missed out on from last week. So it'll be cool to.
Yeah, this is a big show. Afterglow. I like that word. So much for the Afterglow. Everclear. Any fans of that band? I love that band. We're going to talk about music actually a little bit later on, but we're not going to do it yet. Inquiry from the audience. But hey, I just wanted to thank everyone for being there for Sacred Symbols 200. We did an entire episode of Sacred Symbols Plus dedicated to it, kind of like debriefing. It's me, Chris, Dustin, Ben, and Micah. So you can find that on Patreon right now. Maybe that'll go live for everyone at some point. I really don't know. And of course, our show is supported on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do without you. Most of you subscribe at the $5 a month level, and we really appreciate it. That gets you early ad-free access to every episode of this show, every episode of Defining Duke, every episode of Knockback. Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week, Defining Duke once a week, lots of content, 6 days of content for patrons over at patreon.com/laststandmedia. Of course, you get Discord access and all the rest. Recent Sacred Symbols Plus episodes include the one I just talked about, the episode 200 one. I had Gene Park on from the Washington Post. This ended up being an incredibly melodramatic situation, not on Gene's part, but on just a lot of his peers' part on him appearing on the show. And needless to say, I don't think you've seen the last of Gene Park on Sacred Symbols. David Jaffe we had on, as we do once in a while recently, an awesome conversation with him. Rick Hogue talking about some legal happenings. We did spoiler cast for Ghostwire Tokyo, Gran Turismo 7, Horizon, Forbidden West, and Elden Ring, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Lots of content over on Patreon. So thank you so much for being there. And hey, I want to give a special shout out, if I might, to Knockback. Kevin Bogues wrote in and said, Sacred Bros, this is a public service announcement. I wanted to push the Sacred Symbols audience to listen to Knockback. For those not checking it out, this is incredible content, if only for the PlayStation history and nostalgia. I found on 3 recent episodes of Knockback have been the knock to get me back in the games I missed, have nostalgia for, or even get prepared for new entries. In recent months, I've returned to Platinum BioShock a second time, played through the Uncharted collection, and even sparked a return to Shovel Knight, all with great conversations from Knockback. If you're listening to Sacred Weekly, go back to the archives and check out or catch up on the incredible insight stories and even some spoiler-filled conversations from some of gaming's greatest games. Thanks for the great content each week, and keep fucking that chicken. Thank you, Kevin, for writing in. Yeah, Knockback is our retro and nostalgia podcast. I always like to kind of pimp it when I can. It is our best kept secret. It's the show we do that's the smallest by far, and we don't really rely on it financially. It's really just a passion project for my brother and I. And I understand why some people are not into it at first blush, because it is so schizophrenic in its approach, because it's like, oh, here's a movie podcast, and then we do a video game, and then we do like something about our childhood or whatever. But the entire idea is just remembering old things. And it's fun, and we enjoy it. And I really do believe that there's an event horizon around it, such that, in my experience, and Dustin, you might have noticed this as the producer of these shows, is that like once we get people into Knockback, like they get really into it. And to a lot of people that listen to our show, that is their favorite show. So it's interesting to me to watch it slowly grow and percolate. Love more people to go listen to it. So thank you for that.
No, it's one of those things where it's like it covers like a lot of different things. So like if there's something that I care about in particular, I'll go and see if you guys have done a video on it, and sure enough, you probably have. And I like that. When you guys did the Halo Combat Evolved one and the Raimi Spider-Man one, I listened to those.
Oh, thank you.
They were good. They were cool.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to do Raimi Spider-Man 2. We're recording it in the coming days.
Oh, you should.
And recent episodes included Revenge of the Sith, Uncharted 2, Game of Thrones. We're doing season by season. We did a whole episode on childhood bedrooms. The ones that are like very personal are the ones that people seem to love the most, which is interesting. We did Toy Story, Ghost in the Shell. So yeah, lots of good stuff over there. Thank you for the kind words, Kevin, and for all that support. Knockback, we could not do without you. And just two quick other shout outs before I move on. Habroxia 2, I co-own a developer, as most of you know, Lilymo. We just released our game Habroxia 2 on PS5. If you own it on PS4, it's yours for free. So go check it out. And our new game, Super Perils of Baking, comes to all consoles June 3rd. Really excited about it. It is awesome. Can't wait for people to play it. I truly believe the game is awesome. I think Habroxia is awesome too, though. So, all right. And thank you again for Sacred 200. We're not going to get too deep into it here because we did an entire episode about it, like I said. But I wanted to read a few things from the audience about it before we move on. Cody Horn wrote in and said, "Hey, gentlemen, my brother and I had a fantastic time at the 200th episode in Richmond. He's a filthy Xbox fan, but bought me tickets and facilitated the trip. He paid for our hotel and drove us 8 hours from Chattanooga, Tennessee, all because he knew I was a fan. Just wanted to shout out Quarry for being the absolute man. Have a blessed day, guys." Thank you, Cody, for writing in. Dude,
Damn.
Wasn't it the greatest thing about this show? And maybe I didn't speak about this enough on the Plus episode. I'd like to hear from both of you about this and Dustin, we can begin with you, I feel like the most gratifying thing is just watching everyone around us find each other and realize that there's friendships amongst the audience. Many friendships that the first live show facilitated, this live show facilitated, the next live show later this year will hopefully facilitate as well. So what do you think of that? I just wanted to give a shout out to that. I think that's a really special component of what we're trying to do.
Definitely, yeah. To see the relationships form amongst our community to create, friendships that last outside of our content is incredible. And a lot of that is facilitated over on our Discord, not exclusively, but I know that there was a lot of people there that were either sharing hotel rooms or having dinners, getting drinks, stuff like that. And it's just like totally awesome to see. We absolutely love that. And shout out, of course, to Cody's brother here, man. An 8-hour trip, paying for everything. That is so cool. And one of the best parts, too, is just hearing about how far people come to these shows. I know there was a guy that said he flew in from Washington. There's a guy that flew in. Was it Slovenia? Is that a real country? I'm trying to remember.
Slovenia?
So, wait, Chris, what did you say?
Slovenia is a
Slovenia. Yeah, it was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah. So there was a guy. Is that? I knew I was like almost there. Okay, come on. I was almost there. I know. But yeah, to hear about all the people traveling, it means so much to us, and it's cool that travel is rewarded. Not just like, yeah, we have a fun show and you had a good time, but the relationships that you can find and form there, it's incredibly meaningful. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. It's always fun to watch you interact with people. Someone brought you a slap chop to sign. I love that kind of stuff. I've signed so many weird things over the years.
Oh yeah.
And how was it finding some of your people? And as I said on the show, some I believe I said it, maybe I didn't. There were quite a few people there for you guys, which is awesome. I mean, that's the whole idea of having it over.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. Like I just getting that slap chop and trying to sign a domed surface was not exactly the easiest task. But like I've signed bleach bottles at like VidCons and stuff, just like very bizarre shit that like sometimes I had to look over to Derek and Sweeney. I was like, what is this about? Like, what reference is this? Because we've done so many episodes.
No,
like,
I totally get it.
I don't remember every single joke. And then they hit it. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. We had that whole episode. But no, it's cool just seeing everybody interact in person. Like it's the strength of live events in general. And it's kind of why the last 2 years in particular have been very just sad. Just like seeing E3 and all of these different events of VidCon, all these things just sort of stop. I don't know. It's not necessarily the conventions themselves so much as it is just like an excuse to go and hang out with like-minded people who you otherwise would have no reason to ever see in person. People are in Washington, Florida, New York, Slovenia, apparently. Like there's no way, there's no reason for these people to ever come together except for these things. And I think any time that you can provide a reason for that is a positive thing.
Indeed. A life led digitally, as most of us do now these days, requires, I think, once in a while us to break those bounds and rediscover the physical nature of friendship and being around other people. And I don't know, I think it's good. I'm really happy to hear that, not only that story from Cody and his brother, but just generally speaking. However, there are a few things from the live show that we also need to touch on. Ben Williams wrote in and said, "Hey, Fats, I think it's time for Dustin and Chris to receive a firm stand down. Last week, they suggested that all video game TV or movie adaptations be made into anime. Video games don't need to be made into TV shows or movies in the first place, but they sure as shit don't need to become anime. Weebism has infected sacred symbols, and I'm concerned. Stand down, weebs." Dustin.
See, here's the thing. I want to see everything become anime. I no joke, when Holly and I were watching Sopranos, I was like, could you imagine an anime version of Sopranos? Like how cool that would be for like even in just a pilot episode, just to see that.
No, stand down. This is getting ridiculous now with the Sopranos. Downton Abbey.
It would be awesome, dude. Yeah, all of it. I mean, think of any show, and then if you could get a few episodes in an anime version, I mean, it's clearly going to be better at that point. But weebism has infected sacred symbols, and it's here to stay. So sorry, there's not much you can do. It's here, and so is the audience. So you either got to get on the train or get off at this point. I mean, there's no stopping.
You hear me typing in the background because I was looking for something. I'm putting it in the chat if you guys want to check it out. It's because Chris brought up Downton Abbey. It's I remember writing about this at IGN in 2013. Someone made like a fake Downton Abbey SNES game.
Oh yeah,
and it's like super funny and super cool. So I just thought I would share that. That's what came to mind. I remember writing that on IGN and people being like, "Why are you writing about Downton Abbey?" Like, because I want to. That's why I'm writing about Downton Abbey. I don't know. Chris, with this everything becoming anime thing, do you want to defend that? Because actually, my brother Dagan, animator, is in the same boat where he feels like animated interpretations of these various licenses are as maybe the safest thing to do. And I actually agree. I mean, that's an interesting point. You can't really ruin. Well, you can ruin a lot of things, but live action makes things much more ruinable than I think the interpretive lens that you have to look at things through with animation. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, 100%. I just want to correct, though. That's not making everything anime. That's a completely different thing. Making something an animated series, that makes a ton of sense. Because there's a lot of live action shit out there that, like, it's some of it's hit and miss. Very few of it is good. Very little of it is good. And based on the track record of video games to other like transmedia, from video games to TV or movies, it just seems to me like whenever I think of the best ones, I think of Castlevania. That's the one I think of. And that happens to be an anime-ish, like inspired animated series. And that's a style that I think lends itself to most video games because so many video games are action oriented. And I think it's very easy to mess up action-oriented video games in a live-action format because people don't move that way. It's just nobody. People don't move that way. Unless you want to make like a Call of Duty like Band of Brothers thing, which like would be redundant because Call of Duty is essentially just that, although less so now these days. But, you know, I just think animation, you know, it costs about the same to draw something. Like I just feel like each frame of an animation work-wise is about the same. I'm sure there's like details and stuff that add a little bit of extra stuff to it, but it's easier to get a drawing looking good than it is a guy in like a Master Chief suit looking natural. You know, like you just can't do that. So I just think
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
I think that Halo. I mean, I don't care about Halo, right? Like I enjoyed the first game when I just played it on Knockback again recently, but it's not a thing I'm interested in. And when I look at that Halo series just from the outside, I'm like, this looks awful. I don't know. To me, I'm just like, I don't think this looks good at all. This loses the whole aesthetic of it.
Yeah, the aesthetic is gone. Like the art style is like mostly just kind of like muted. It's fine. Like, but it shouldn't be fine. This is like one of the pinnacles of our industry, and it shouldn't be fine. when it's translated. If Castlevania can be great, Halo should be awesome. You know, like
I totally agree.
There's no reason.
Now let's get that live action
awesome
Castlevania going on. You know,
oh God,
Colin, that might be the thing that pushes you over the edge with these
Tom Holland as
these men,
Alucard.
these vampire men that you are so fond of.
I love vampire men. I love vampire men. You know, and there's just something.
Did you see Morbius, Colin?
I didn't. No. Which is weird because that's a union, as we were saying in the green room. I think at the live show, it's a union of. I love Jared Leto and 30 Seconds to Mars, so it's actually a union of things for me. Those first two 30 Seconds to Mars records are so good. I can't overstate how good those records are. I love concept albums like that. He should just stay in that space, I think. Although he's good. He's a good actor. But
isn't he a cult leader? Right.
I've heard that he has like some weird cult on an island. I don't know if any of that's true. We were laughing though in the green room because I was dying when I first saw this story, just laughing about how because he's a method actor and he would be on crutches going to the bathroom filming Morbius, and it would take like 45 minutes, and the crew was like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" That's so great. I love it.
It's absurd.
Hollywood is outrageous. Can you imagine someone doing that in any other situation?
I genuinely think casting directors choose method actors to punish film crews that they don't like. It's like, who are we going to cast in this movie? Just a bunch of method actors and make life hell for the crew.
Get Christian Bale in there.
Yeah, just constantly fluctuating, like blowing up and down like a Kirby.
All right. Thank you for writing in. Morris9 wrote in and said, Mr. Chris R. Gunn, I am now aware of why you were awkwardly avoiding eye contact at the VIP meetup. I'm the Zuckerberg lookalike. A quick warning to you. With one well-played Zoom call and impersonation, I can take away your entire livelihood. Stand down. It's unfortunate to have this be what I'm remembered for after Wine and Collins since the Beyond days, but it's nice to have been made an impression in such a short amount of time nonetheless. Morris9, thank you for writing in.
Oh,
yeah. So I didn't want to say it to you, not because I think it's an insult. I don't think Mark Zuckerberg's necessarily a bad-looking person. I think he's a funny-looking person in the pictures that we get him in, like the one where his face is covered in sunscreen is one of the funniest pictures I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think he's just naturally a funny-looking guy. The reason I didn't want to say anything to you is because I'm sure you constantly hear it. I mean, it's not even close to how much you probably hear it, but how many people in my life have said, like, oh, Moriarty or Sherlock Holmes? Like, they're the first person to ever say it. I mean, I've been getting that my whole life. And when the films came out and there was like a resurgence, I got it. Oh, Professor Moriarty. So imagine looking like Mark Zuckerberg. He must be told that every day. And so that's why I didn't want to say it. But there's no doubt the resemblance is uncanny. Please use it to your advantage. Yeah, as you suggested.
It would be amazing just to see like this viral clip of Mark Zuckerberg like reviewing something outrageous and like have the resolution be like low enough to be like, is that really like why is he talking about Yakuza? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. Like, let me dispel you of something though. I was not awkwardly avoiding eye contact for that reason. I was awkwardly avoiding eye contact because I was focused so deeply on trying not to die. I felt so ill the whole show, and it wasn't your fault, and it wasn't contagious or nothing. I just, like, my stomach was just exploding, and that's more likely the reason why I wasn't 100% staring into everybody's eyes lovingly and caressing their cheeks. You know,
I totally appreciate. Do we have? I feel like I might have had something here. I thought maybe we did. I totally appreciate the lore. There's built-in lore with Sacred 200 now because Chris was so ill during it, but no one knew. And now, like, it's almost like the Zapruder film where you can like watch it and get like different things out of it and different angles, and you understand what people were doing. And like Chris writhing in pain on the stage was him just actually releasing some of that pent up pain energy, which is just so funny to me.
Yeah,
it's horrible that was the case. I wish you told me, just because I sympathize with, as I think much of the audience knows, I have chronic stomach problems, and colon problems my entire life. You could have told me that, I would have sympathized with you and maybe had some kind words for you.
Well, the thing to me is like, it wouldn't have made a difference who I told. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
true.
We have to do the show anyway, so like, let's just do the show. And the less people know, the less people will draw attention, and the less it will be apparent. So that way, if that information does come out later, it's like a funny kind of, it's almost like watching a movie and then there's like a big twist at the end, and then you rewatch the movie and like the rest, like everything preceding the twist has like a completely different context now. You essentially get two different views on a live show for the price of one. So you're welcome.
Well, to add to this lore too, so for both the Lockmort video and the Gamer Battalion anthem, we were backstage and both Colin and Chris had not seen either one of those videos. I did not see the Sacred Moms video, but Chris had almost zero reaction to these. Not that I'm not one of those guys that's like going to stare at somebody to see their reaction, but I was like, does Chris not find this funny at all? Like, did we really fuck up? Like that the funniest guy in our team is like totally silent. But now, it all makes sense that it was just, I'm sure you were like, okay, let's go 2 hours, 40 minutes ahead.
Yeah, I was just meditating my body into a state. What's that Metapod? Use Harden.
Oh, right.
Yes. That was me just like I was like just stiffening up so I could brave the storm.
You did a great job.
It is funny. It is funny lore that the writhing in pain on the ground is authentic and real. I think that makes it funnier.
Yeah, it's like what it's like that. There's going to be a whole documentary about it, like The Shining. What was that, Room 238 or whatever? People are going to be watching this through
237.
Like 237. Yeah, close. I was close. All right, a couple more things. This one I found, I didn't think about this at all in the moment, or at the show, or even the next day until people started watching the show and bringing it up. And it's this. Daryl Mercer wrote in and said, "Hey CDC. First of all, great show for Sacred Symbols 200. Loved it from front to back. I have one issue. For the love of Alan Greenspan, why you bring up Alan Greenspan? What does he have to do with this? How did The Witcher 3 not even make the top 25 games on the PS4? I understand the ranking system, but I feel like recent issues from the developer in a number of years since release have soured us a bit on the best game, one of the best games of the generation. This is an absolute tragedy and cannot stand." Thank you, Daryl, for writing in. I had not thought about it at all. I don't think that it's like woefully absent, but it's probably the most conspicuously absent game on the list. And I don't know why no one brought it up during the show. It didn't seem like anyone brought it up, but when people started writing in and even writing in privately, this game is coming up a lot. I wouldn't have been able to vote for it because I didn't beat it. And
Same.
I wasn't voting for anything I didn't beat. And
Yeah,
you didn't beat it.
either.
And Chris, you didn't. So I don't know. I have the audience list actually. Oh, you know what? Ben put it on.
Here, I could
It must have been on. Do you have it?
It must be on the audience list, right?
Yeah, here
Okay.
it is. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. I got it.
Number
8 on the audience list. So it almost probably would have made it. That's fair. I just, again, to be fair from my perspective, and I didn't put this on anyone else, although I think we all voted the same way. I just didn't include games I didn't beat. Because I had this kind of thing with Bloodborne where in my mind, in my heart, I'm like, yes, this is one of PlayStation 4's best games. But it's kind of corny for me to vote for it when I played it for 40 or 50 hours, but I didn't beat it. So I just feel like that couldn't be voted for. I just couldn't do it. And that's kind of how I held to myself too. Witcher, I don't know that I feel the same way about. Chris, do you feel like this game was conspicuously absent?
Yeah, probably. I think so. But it's, again, like, it's just one of those things that look, man, that's a game that took me a lot of tries to get into. And it wasn't until the show sucked me into the kind of like the general atmosphere of the world that I was able to push through. And I still didn't really finish it all the way. And I was playing it on like just the story difficulty because I was like, I just want to play through the story. It's a good game. I think it should be on the list, probably, in all likelihood. It's just something I didn't necessarily feel all that comfortable voting for because I don't know, even if it did show up on the list, I wasn't sure what I could say about it. I think it's a very quality game. It just didn't hit me in the way pretty much everything else on my list did. And I felt like putting it on the list would have been just disingenuous because I would have been like, yeah, it's The Witcher. And that would have been my entire block. You know?
Right. No, exactly. I have to be able to. It's similar to we used to have a lot of contentious lists at IGN with PS3, Vita, and others where games were absent. We tried to explain to people like Metal Gear Solid 4 being absent from our PS3 list was like a total blow up on the internet.
That is bold.
That is a bold.
And I'm like, I didn't play it. Like, we just can't. I can't in good nature vote for this. I understand you guys feel that way, but I can't stand behind it. Let me say this though, Dustin. The audience list, boring, droll. My God, don't say anything because we're gonna. So as we said already on Sacred Symbols Plus last week, we're gonna do a Sacred Symbols Plus episode for every one of our lists, including your list, audience, which I want to go through, and we'll spread those out over the months. I'm not gonna like make you listen to those constantly, but maybe I will. But I will say this list the audience's list has 18 games on it that were on the final list. I think I had like half that many on the final list on my list. And my list is so much better than this list. I mean, come on. Are you kidding? Anyway, nonetheless, I'll let you guys be the choosers of that. Thank you for writing in. My friends, I'm a real believer in the efficacy of CBD, which is why I'm so pleased that Feels has been a sponsor of Sacred Symbols really since the beginning of our show. Indeed, you can find out more about Feels' high-quality CBD right this very minute by going to feels.com/symbols. Now, for many of you, CBD can be intimidating, and I get it. Cannabidiol comes from the marijuana plant, just like its lovely cousin THC. But unlike THC, CBD doesn't get you high. Instead, it merely soothes, alleviates, and helps you find rest and comfort. And for many millions of people around the world, it really truly works. Indeed, it's kind of sort of a wonder substance, something that's all natural, easy to take, and effective. Feels' primary product is a tincture that comes in a cute little jar. All you do is take a few drops from the jar, place them under your tongue, and voila. Minutes later, you'll begin to feel the positive effects. CBD is awesome for people like me who are chronically anxious and stressed. It helps calm my nerves, and I know other people in my life who find similar use out of CBD. Of course, Feels can also help with sleep, assisting you in catching those precious Z's. Finally, there's a component of CBD use I personally haven't yet had use for, but many people do, and that's to help alleviate physical aches and pains. Feels' high-quality CBD can help with all of this, but if you're feeling uncertain, their helpline staffed by real live people can tend to your every inquiry. They'll give you advice on dosage and usage and make sure you're all set up. So there's really nothing to worry about. And if you're feeling like you want relief on the go, you may even want to go with Feels' CBD mints, though I'm a tincture man through and through. Feels CBD is the real deal, and I am thrilled to have them as a longtime sponsor of our show. Becoming a member is easy, and it allows you to get your product regularly without having to worry about running out. My friends, it's time to start feeling better with Feels. Become a member today by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS, and you'll get 50% off your first order with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 50% automatically taken off your first order with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols for high quality CBD that will help you find relief from anxiety, stress, and physical pain, and allow you to sleep well too. Okay, finally, Akana Deal wrote in and said, "Hello, boys. I often hear Colin mention 311 and a few other bands among his favorites. Chris also spoke of Rise Against as one of his favorite bands. And of course, Imagine Dragons. But what about Dustin?"
Whoa! Stand up.
Oh,
Stand up.
oh.
Never heard him mention his musical preferences and favorite bands. Is he too engrossed in his weeb stuff to listen to music? It's interesting because I thought about this. You're a musician. We're all musicians. I think I have the vibe of what kind of music you're into, but I don't know that I've ever actually heard you speak about what your favorite bands are. Like, I don't even know that I could hazard a guess what your favorite bands might be. Like, something in like post-emo probably, or...
You're getting close.
Yeah, like, so talk to me.
Actually, post-emo, that actually makes sense, because like I would say right now, my two favorite like bands that are currently still making albums, out doing tours are Jimmy Eat World and Thrice.
I was going to say that. Damn. What was the other one?
Thrice.
Okay.
Yeah. So those are like my two favorite bands for probably the past, maybe 10 years, 5-10 years ish. But I love those two bands. Obviously, if we're talking about bands that are long gone, I love the Beatles as well. You'll see almost every week I have many Beatles coffee mugs as well. My music taste is pretty eclectic, as Colin would say, in that I like all kinds of stuff. I'm not really relegated to one genre. Like I do some other stuff I really like Kendrick Lamar is my favorite rapper of all time. I do like Kanye as well. Not so much his recent stuff, but I like a lot of old stuff too, like Beach Boys, and I like Holly and I love John Denver is one of our favorites. And,
interesting.
I
love the Beach Boys too. That's you have good company there with me,
dude. Yeah, Beach Boys, Pet Sounds, one of the best albums of all time. So
the only albums that really contemporary albums that influenced the Beatles, which is cool.
Right. Yeah, because it was like Pet Sounds and then Sgt. Pepper. They were like kind of answer. Well, Rubber Soul, Pet Sounds, then Sgt. Pepper. So, but yeah, I'm excited because Thrice is going to be in Pittsburgh. I think like very early in June, like June 1st, maybe,
Ian's
or something.
Gonna go.
What's that?
Yin's gonna go. Did I use that right?
We're gonna go downtown to the Thrice show, no doubt. Which, speaking of that, Chris, I heard you got an education about Pittsburghese from Holly, and because Holly like explained some of the Pittsburghese, and you were like, "What the fuck is that?" Like, it's a confusing place. It is Pittsburgh, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a forsaken language for sure. You know, it sounds, you know how like orcs usually in Lord of the Rings sound like really like heavily Australian,
right? Yeah,
it's like like American orcish. Is the best way that I could describe Pittsburghese as it was being spoken to me, or more accurately, cursed at me,
right?
Because it sounds so horrifying.
Yeah, for the audience, if you're curious about Pittsburghese, check out Pittsburgh Dad on YouTube. It's like an ongoing like sitcom show about this guy that it's like all Pittsburghese stuff. It'll enlighten you, maybe not in a positive way, but it's something. So
yeah,
what are we talking about anyway?
We're talking about music, I think.
Oh,
but
right.
I think people's taste is generally kind of all over the place. Like, I don't think anybody listens to one genre of music. That'd be insane.
Yeah, I think the only people that do that are people that don't really like music or don't play music.
That's like
I've never known a musician that was like, oh, I don't. You know how people are like, I don't like country and I hate opera or whatever. I'm like, I don't hate country or opera. I love everything. And it's like that's music, right, man. You know, so
yeah,
you only find those attitudes more closed-minded individuals, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Although, you know what opened my mind to rap as a little kid was rap rock. I went in the other direction. I was like, when I heard 311 and I heard even the Beastie Boys stuff, like when they played on Letterman, they were playing as a rap rock outfit and all that. Then I went backwards and I was like, oh, okay, this is good. I like this. So it kind of works in reverse. But Jimmy Eat World, man, Bleed American was one of the like soundtracks of my high school years for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, that came out when I was in high school, and Futures, which was the next record, was like one of the soundtracks of college. The title track Futures, I love those two guitars on it where it's like ding ding.
Oh yeah, dude.
And then like the other one is just doing the heart. Oh, it's so I just they're not very like what I love. I don't want to get into this, but Jimmy Eat World is like not a very complex band. They're just really good. Like they just have good chops.
They're just really competent.
Drumming is not very like complicated. Nothing about it. It's
right.
Well, that's a lot of punk and kind of a lot of that feeling, that genre of music. It's not necessarily that these are like world class musicians. It's just that they're really good at what they do and they're really competent and they're consistent.
Definitely.
And I value that as just as much as the weird, Devin Townsends who are out there just doing weird shit constantly.
Right.
Yeah. The thing I love about Jimmy Eat World, I know a lot of people know, of course, Bleed American and Futures. Those were kind of like their big breakout pop albums, so to say. But my favorite album is the one actually after that called Chase This Light. And they've done 3 or 4 after that.
I don't know any of that other stuff.
Just consistently like excellent albums, which is just hard to do because even some of my other bands that I grew up liking, it's like you start to, I don't know, is it you that changes or the band just starts to like, some bands it feels like they kind of run out of gas. Like they put out some okay albums with some decent songs, but they're not necessarily consistent. And Jimmy is a consistent band. So listen to those later albums.
The DJ Never Have It, JMC Automatic.
Oh.
All right.
Dude, that's a deep cut song.
Yeah, it is.
That was a very good. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I love those records. I'm telling you, I love them. I had no. I probably would have brought that up earlier if I had known that you had. I don't know why I didn't know that. And yeah, for me, of course, 311 and Dredge is really like Dredge's El Cielo is my favorite record of all time. And I put it on Discord, I think, but I actually commissioned their bassist to paint my favorite song of theirs, and it's in.
Dude, that painting is awesome.
Yeah, it's in my.
It's so good.
So yeah, thank you.
I love it.
It's good to be able to like invest in like, be like have like art, like be able to be like the next to have art, someone's got to pay for the art, and I think we take that for granted as we go to these museums and all these kinds of things. And I'm like, okay, maybe I can do my little tiny contribution as well. Nothing too crazy. Chris, is it accurate to say that your Rise Against is your favorite band? That's the vibe I've gotten as well from you.
Yeah,
they're like
sure.
311 or whatever.
Yeah, I have a tattoo on my shoulder, so I think it's pretty safe to say They got me through high school, and it's one of the few bands that I look back at and I'm like, I listen to those old records and I like them more than I did, which is not something that I could say for most albums. That, like, I mean, like I think about like 3 Days Grace and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I liked that as a kid, and now it's a little bit too angsty for me. It's like, all right, I get it. Like, you hate everything about me, cool, like. But I don't know. It's I listen to like Lady Gaga and like specifically when she does like stuff with like Tony Bennett and like that lounge like swing
Dude,
stuff.
those albums rock.
They're
Those are
awesome.
really good.
Like unreasonable. Like Lady Gaga and Tony Bennett. Why does that work? It just does, and it's great. And like I mentioned, Devin Townsend, who's like this guy he was a part of Strapping Young Lad, but then he did all this other solo shit, and that guy's like a wickedly talented person. Intervals is another great band. They do a lot of like instrumental, like melodic stuff, like no lyrics at all. I would say like Tyler the Creator and stuff like that. There's a ton of, like, I have a playlist on Spotify called Every Song I've Ever Even Remotely Enjoyed, and it's just full of just insane shit.
Yeah, I just have one playlist.
Yeah,
and it's just everything. It's funny, man. Tyler the Creator, my nephew's really into. Did you say Proto Men?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My friend at IGN, Mark Ryan, really liked them. Tyler the Creator, my nephew's really into. My nephew Declan, who you met actually at the show, and he's trying to introduce me to some of his stuff. I had no idea he has been around for so long. I have no idea who this person is. Like, it's just so funny how this major thing can come, and it's like his first record. I think when I was in college, I was like, how did I miss? I feel like I would have known about that. But I love your old love of 3 Days Grace. I loved that band too.
Yeah,
I saw them a bunch of times live. They were good. I love that song "Burn." Yeah.
I mean, that guitar in the beginning of "I Hate Everything About You" is a really good. Like, that's like a really good riff. Like, that's like a really solid. It's no surprise that music kind of like exploded in that time.
I love that. I love that record.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to 3 Days Grace. And what I remember about seeing them live once was their drummer had a really cool. I love images on bass drums. It can be a logo, whatever, but I like when they do something different in this. And he had what looked like a schematic for a nuclear bomb on it, which was pretty cool. Yeah. And I thought that was really neat, like showing all the components of it, and like pointing it out. Just to enrich everybody listening, enrich their lives. Please. If you haven't heard of Devin Townsend, do yourself a favor and look up Devin Townsend Deadhead. It is one of the most insane things ever. I'll have to look into that. I'm gonna write. You won't hate it. I know Devin Townsend, but I don't know this thing. Deadhead. Oh, okay. Dude, crazy. All right, let's get into some of these smaller pieces of news as we begin. Now, I want to preface this by saying I'm introducing a lot into the record. We didn't do a proper episode, obviously, for episode 200 that week. I must say, guys, total serendipity. That was like the best week we possibly could have chosen not to do a show. There really was nothing that week, with rare exception, but I'm going to draw from those as well, and we'll just get it all into the record. So this episode will be a little meaty. Sorry for all of you that complain about the episodes being too long. Too bad. Wanted to just throw this out there. Activision Blizzard stockholders approved the proposed Microsoft transaction. This comes from Business Wire, and this is just a press release from Activision Blizzard itself. More than 98% of the shares voted at the special meeting were voted in favor of the proposed transaction with Microsoft. So on their part, that's going to happen. Now, it's worth noting New York City has sued Activision Blizzard, and I don't know how meaty or if that's going to have teeth or whatever, but it's something to keep an eye on. People don't like when I say this, but I will continue to say this. I don't care if people don't like it. Microsoft is exposing themselves to this voluntarily. Mm-hmm. And at some point, I just don't think it bodes well for them. Like, I think they're kind of in too deep now. And I know a lot of people are looking at them as like a lifeboat for Activision Blizzard and to get people out of there and stuff like that. But I think earlier on in the process, when things started coming out and they started getting sued and all this, I think they would have been like, we're not interested in this. Like, Call of Duty is not important enough for us to get involved in this. And now they're wrapped up in this voluntarily. And I don't know that they anticipated this. If they did, they shouldn't have done it. So I just wanted to throw that out there that's happening. Dustin, I know that you're excited about this. Variable refresh rate came to PlayStation 5 during the week we didn't do a proper show. I wanted to acknowledge that as well. It doesn't work for PS4. I don't know why people are surprised by that. And what I mean by that is PS4 games running on PS5. That's not a huge surprise for me. But yeah, here it is. And Call of Duty Vanguard, Destiny 2, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Spider-Man Remastered, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Resident Evil Village, and more support it right out the gate. And we're seeing more patches, I think, pretty much every day and moving forward through the weeks. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's awesome, but it's like, man, finally, like this really should have been a feature from launch, but I guess we, can't complain now. It's finally here. What's interesting for people to know is that there are official patches for VRR support, as Colin just listed some of them, but there is a toggle in the settings to just have a universal VRR for other games. But it reminds me of when PS4 Pro, the boost mode, how you could enable boost mode for everything. And they're like, hey, you can do this for everything. We can't promise it's going to work or have desirable effects for all games. So that's out there. And so, yeah, I'm excited to try this out. I haven't gotten to yet myself, but I'm assuming that that toggle will work for Elden Ring in particular. When you have a game that's like hovering between 40-ish and 60 frames, this is going to really help clean up some of the jitteriness of it if you have a VRR TV. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm excited to check it out. Apparently, whatever support they did in Spider-Man, they added like the 40 FPS mode, which is basically you can have like the highest fidelity visuals with ray tracing. And then because it pushes it 10 more frames and it's able to sync up with your TV, you get an experience that feels more like a 60 FPS experience, but with a lower frame rate. That's really interesting. New creative ideas in order to like really maximize things. That's very interesting to me. So I'm excited to check out some of these titles.
Chris, where do you stand on this? The one thing that I'm interested in not really understanding any of the technical stuff is one of the things I always noticed. Two things really I have always noticed in games when I was frame rate ignorant and all the rest was I always noticed artifacting and I always noticed screen tearing. Like, because I don't know how you can't, especially screen tearing, I don't know how you can't not notice.
Oh, it's egregious.
And so this apparently deals specifically with those issues. So I'm wondering, do you think that I'll notice, should I go turn this on? Do you think that I'll notice much like I noticed when you guys told me to start playing everything at 60?
I mean, it depends on whether or not you're playing anything that suffers from those problems. You know what I mean? Like if you're playing something that screen tears a lot, you're definitely going to notice that that's no longer a problem. But like across the board, I don't know. Games that already run perfectly, there's only so much that can be done to really make it seem, at least from a surface level, that it's really benefiting much from it. But I think it's a good thing that we finally have it. It's hard to get excited about it, like Dustin said, because this really. It's kind of like Halo Infinite just had their second season come out, and it's like we just brought King of the Hill to the game, and it's like, oh, wasn't that like that's like a launch mode that really should be there? It's just standing in a circle for a while.
Is this on Xbox already?
Yeah. It's out already, and it's good, but it's also like I'm not gonna be excited about it because this just should have been here. And this is kind of another one of those situations where it's like it's hard to get excited for a feature that is ultimately just putting the machine in like a catch-up position to where it should have been on launch. Not that there's really much that you can say about it because the past is the past, what's done is done, and we have a more functioning console now, which is good. It's positive.
I must say, Far Cry 6, which I spent just an unusual amount of time with, had really bad screen tearing on PS5.
Ooh. Yeah, it's probably gonna. I would imagine it would alleviate a lot of that. I don't know how it had screen tearing.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh man,
that's a Ubisoft problem this gen. I've noticed because I think there's a different game that also maybe it was.
I think the Division had screen tearing too.
Yeah,
but I don't. But yeah, the screen tearing in Far Cry 6 was. Actually, that's what I was trying to instruct Micah on what screen tearing was, because I was like, man, look at how bad the screen tearing was. And she was like, I don't see it. And I could actually replicate it, like by just turning the camera.
Yeah, just moving around.
So
that was I had that problem with Dying Light 2 when I started it. So I didn't bother. They might have fixed it by now, but like, yeah, that is a deal breaker for me. That's almost worse than 30 frames to me. Like I can deal with 30 frames if it's consistent, but if the screen is just tearing constantly, it's nauseating in a way that I can't describe or stomach. I don't know how you got through that with screen tearing.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's something I'd always noticed. I mean, on PS3, a lot of PS3 games had really bad screen tearing. So hopefully they get that together with this patch. That's interesting and exciting. Far Cry 6 is not on the list of games that have the patch right now, but other games that are pretty big do. Deathloop has the patch. Some other second party games as well, third party games, including the PS Plus games from the month that we'll talk about in a little while. So welcome VRR to PlayStation 5. Not a moment too soon. All right. Over at Video Games Chronicle, our friends over there report that PlayStation is hiring for an acquisitions manager. The story says, as spotted by business analyst Roberto Serrano, the successful applicant will mainly be involved in identifying potential future acquisition and investment targets. Quote, Sony Investment Entertainment seeks a highly qualified director of corporate development. SIE's corporate development team works closely with SIE's management team and is responsible for identifying inorganic growth opportunities through acquisitions, investments, or joint ventures. Are they stealing my verbiage?
Oh.
People have been writing into me, some people in the media, some people in overtime in the last few months, and audience members being like, you started saying organic, PlayStation grew organically, and then everyone started saying it. I'm like, yes, but no longer. Now they're hiring this acquisitions manager for specifically inorganic growth opportunities. Chris, what do you think of this? Sony looking to scale up. They did actually make a silent acquisition when we were gone, which we will talk about during the news. That is not really of any substance, although it might be later on. But what do you think about this? Them hunting for more. Of course, the main story of this show, as we will get to, is the massive acquisition of a few studios. So talk to me about the possibility of Sony going outside of their bounds to do things a different way.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the name of the game now, I think. You know, it should be no surprise that these are the rules of engagement now, and it's only going to scale upwards from here. I think you're going to see all sorts of hilarious bidding wars this decade, and all sorts of publishers kind of going on and off the table, and developers being gobbled up by everything around them. And, you know, that's not ideal. You know, not necessarily what I wanted, but it's the reality that we got right now. And it's anybody who's like, oh, man, this doesn't mean anything. I don't think they know what they're talking about. I think this is a harbinger of things to come.
Well, as VGC aptly points out, quote, M&A activity in games industry hit a record $85 billion in 2021, and it's been forecast to reach $150 billion this year.
Yep.
And Activision's purchase from Microsoft, and then, of course, Take-Two buying Zynga, are the major drivers of that so far this year. And they point out that Jeff Keighley, who's always in the know and tweets annoying shit, like sometimes, like a lot of people in the industry do, say he is hearing that there are others near purchase or near announcement as well. Of course, we'll save the big one for the proper news, but I wanted to acknowledge
it's like the safest prediction you could possibly make. Definitely.
Yeah, it's like one of those bets, Dustin, where it's you have to spend in Vegas, you have to spend $100 to win $10. What do you make of this? Are you surprised?
To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't already have this role, just because it's not only acquisitions, but also investments and joint ventures. So yeah, I'm wondering if they're either replacing someone or just, I guess, expanding this field of their business. And like Chris said, this is just the name of the game now. It only makes sense that we would see the games industry mimic the film industry and start to consolidate. And yeah, I mean, we've talked about it so much on the show that it just sucks on multiple levels. But at this point, this is the name of the game. So you got to play.
I kind of have, I got to figure this out. I got to think about this more because it's a little bit of a thought exercise, I guess. But I wonder if games could or will at least partially go down the film route of having production companies working with publishers. We only see this right now with Kojima, pretty much, where he seems to have like an outfit that is willing to work with different publishers. We have developers obviously working in third-party capacities. But what I'm wondering is, you know how like you see when a movie starts up, you see like 4 different logos that you'll never see again because they were production companies made specifically to fund that movie and then limit their liability to other projects and stuff like that. You see that all the time.
Yeah.
I wonder if that will happen in games too. And maybe that's a way for people to stay somehow outside. Because the reason that I think filmmakers work with the big movie houses is not only for their money, but their distribution. That's not really a problem in games. You don't really need help to have distribution. I have the same distribution that Ubisoft has, in that we both publish on the same exact storefront. So I wonder if there could be some way to mitigate this gobbling up by investors and venture capital and all the rest coming together. You know what I'm talking about when you see all those logos?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I'm like, what
definitely.
the fuck is this company? Red Letter Media makes fun of that once in a while as well.
Yeah, there's like sometimes there's like 12 different, because if like a project gets showed around or something, it's like,
yeah, it's because this guy put $20 million into it and this guy put $15 million into it, and his logo gets to go forth and he's the third executive producer, and it's like all this vanity shit. I just wonder if that might help mitigate this, as games at the AAA level are starting to cost substantially more than movies to make.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wanted to acknowledge this. This actually happened a while ago and we just missed it. We just missed it on episode 199. But Outriders, Worldslayer. Square Enix reveals Outriders Worldslayer, according to their press release, comes June 30th from People Can Fly. Full expansion for the game. Cannot wait. Game of the Year 2021 Outriders. Getting its Worldslayer DLC. Will either of you play it?
no, but the logo looks sick. It's a cool looking logo.
Very simple. Flowing
It's
right
got
in
like
and
the
out.
yeah, the W and the R
Mhm.
fade out. Look real cool.
Well, boring. All right. I'm excited about it. Since face off against the most deadly altered ever encountered, Ereshkigal, in humanity's last fight for survival. Beyond her, even greater horrors exist in the ultimate endgame experience taking place in the ancient ruins of Taria Grotter. So yeah, this I think increases the level cap substantially, adds a bunch of new content. I'm going back for sure. I fucking love that game. That game's so good. There was just nothing to do anymore. I was done with it.
Yeah.
I saw it all by myself. Didn't play one fucking second with another person. Oh, I love that game so much. Shout out to People Can Fly. Hey, Chris, I wanted to ask you about this. It looks like the game Stray, which I think you are looking forward to more than anyone. Wasn't it on your, when you picked it in the draft?
I think I did pick it in the draft.
Well, it looks like this game was supposed to come out last year. It's about the stray cat. Of course, it looks beautiful. Coming to PS5. It was supposed to come out last year. Then it was kind of supposed to come out this spring. Now it looks like it's coming out maybe this summer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's a problem with it. Are you still looking forward to this game?
Yeah, I think it looks weird and interesting and different. It's I value anything that doesn't look like something I've seen before, and Stray doesn't really remind me of anything I've seen before. Like it has elements of, obviously it's definitely like an indie game, but I just think the premise is very, very amusing. It's cat games in general. Like there was that cat VR game where you would just play as a cat and like just knock shit off the shelves.
That was cute.
I think it's like, yeah, it's inherently cute, and I'm looking forward to it. They're probably running into some cat related fidelity problems. Maybe they got cats in the office and they keep knocking computers off their desks.
I think the game you're talking about, by the way, is just called Cat, which is
I think it literally is. Yeah,
that game. Yeah, it's cute. See, I love how video games can be all these different things.
Yeah,
and I'm personally interested in this game, especially because it seems like now it's really going to come out during a lull.
Yeah, it's a good time for it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
I just think it looks. I like the art style a lot, specifically. Even the logo looks like very bizarre, and I'm about it.
The aesthetic kind of reminds me a little bit. I don't know why. Just the nighttime cityscape scenes remind me a little bit of Ghostwire Tokyo. Although maybe I'm just looking at very specific screenshots. Dustin, you have any interest in Stray?
Yeah, I think this game looks super cute. I love isn't it? It's like a cat, and then everyone else is robots. So
yeah,
I like that idea of like the only organic, normal beings are cats amongst a world of robots. It seems like one of those stories that's going to be really cute on the outside, but there will probably be some lore that's like, hey, all the humans have been killed mercilessly by robots. But they spared the cats because they're too cute or something like that. I don't know.
Because they're closest to being automatons.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something about it that I feel like there's more to this game than meets the eye. There's something about it that feels like, I feel like this is a little bit more meaty than it lets on. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Annapurna is publishing it. They usually publish artsy games, and this seems like it will be that kind of game. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. I don't know anything about the studio. I think they're called Blue 12. And I was just trying to look up a synopsis of the game, but one doesn't exist. It just says the player controls a stray cat who falls into a world populated by robots and ventures to return to his family. So,
yeah.
Oh, poor cat. We'll get you back. Don't worry about that. Activision revealed Infinity Ward's upcoming Modern Warfare 2's logo. I don't know if there's anything to really be said about this. We know it's called Modern Warfare 2. I'm kind of a sucker for the Modern Warfare 3 logo from back in the day when it turned upside down and said World War 3 or whatever, I love that. I just really love that at the end of the stinger at the end of their logo, at the end of their trailers for that game. Maybe they're doing a similar thing here. Any interest in Modern Warfare 2, considering Vanguard sold kind of soft? You're interested in it? Talk to me.
I'm pumped for this game, and I can't really quite figure out why. Well, so I really liked the new Modern Warfare. I actually played that game online a significant amount. And so Cold War was all right. I played a little bit of that, but it didn't quite hook me. And then Vanguard, I didn't check out at all. But this one I'm really excited for just because it is a sequel to the last Call of Duty game I really liked. And I really desperately hope that the rumors are true that they're going to support this game for 2 years and do an off year for Call of Duty. That excites me as someone who, I like these games. I will put a considerable amount of hours into the multiplayer, but it's not like a lifestyle game for me. And so to have any progress I make in this game, know that it's not going to be expendable in 1 year when the next Call of Duty comes out, is very interesting to me. It makes me feel like, okay, this is something I do maybe want to commit to. And so I'm very excited. I really hope, I don't think it will be, but it would be awesome if it was PS5, Series X, current gen only. But I don't know if Call of Duty is quite ready to make that jump and potential loss in sales. The install base of last gen is so huge, but I hope that's the case.
Chris, as a shooter guy, do you have any interest in this at all, or not really?
I'm always torn on Call of Duty because every time I go back, every time I'm like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. Let me see what's up. Let me see what's changed. And I go back to it and it's the same damn thing. And I feel like an asshole.
Yeah. It definitely is.
But I can't pretend like I don't have nostalgia for Modern Warfare 2. That's a very important game from like an online perspective. It was Modern Warfare 2 and Halo 3. That was high school and beyond for a while. Even with the yearly Call of Duty games coming on, like it was Modern Warfare 2 was huge. The custom games, even the maps in that game were like really, really good. I remember Favela in particular being like one of my favorite like multiplayer maps in general, because it just took place in like a shanty town in Brazil, which felt so colorful in comparison to a lot of the the gray, like, ooh, there's a helicopter crash in the middle of this gray Middle Eastern city. It had a lot of really fun things going for it. The heartbeat sensor on the gun, just really iconic imagery as well. So I am interested in this cautiously, because I do know once I get it, it is going to be the same thing. But if it's borrowing enough elements from that original Modern Warfare 2 and it's kind of recontextualizing that in a way that's more modern and more interesting, then I'll be more compelled to give it a shot. But for right now, I'm just kind of cautiously optimistic, leaning towards I'll wait for it to go on sale. But we also haven't seen really anything about it, so maybe my mind will change. But
I'll be curious how this all works out, knowing that this will be the final yearly installment. So people will, before they start moving off of this schedule, I think, so people are gonna maybe buy into this one, not really knowing what the future of Call of Duty is beyond that in a pay structure. We obviously know free to play will continue with Warzone and all the rest. I'm curious about Call of Duty. Everything's kind of changing for Activision and the series. There's more competition, but I don't know if the softness is indicative of anything. Like, the only thing I know the only thing I can't keep track of with Call of Duty fans is whether they prefer Infinity Ward or Treyarch. That seems to change. It used to be Infinity Ward, then it became Treyarch. Now I don't really know what it is. All I know is it's not Sledgehammer. No offense.
Yeah, definitely not Sledgehammer.
So, like, moving off of that, and now moving into more Treyarch and Infinity Ward stuff will maybe bring more vibrancy back to the franchise. I don't know, but it's all relative. It's still the best-selling game of the last 12 months.
Yeah, and I do think like the last one was particularly soft because nobody cared about what the hell it was. Like Modern Warfare is name recognition upon name recognition. Like that will make up for the soft sales of this last one for sure. And as far as like the Treyarch Infinity Ward thing goes, that thing has been in flux forever, you know, like because you had Modern Warfare 1 and 2, and those were obviously well received. You had World at War, which was really well received, and you know, Black, and that was when they were both more or less even. And then Modern Warfare 3 was like, we're not feeling this so much. And then it shifted over to Treyarch. And then I think Treyarch did, Treyarch had a good run of it for a while until I think until probably Modern Warfare, to be honest with you. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here. All right. Yeah, Treyarch did 3, World at War. I knew that. Black Ops. Black Ops 2,
Black Ops 3,
Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4. Okay.
Black Ops 4 was not received well.
And then Cold War.
Yeah.
Right.
So they're in an ebb and flow, man. It's weird.
Right. Infinity Ward did 1, 2, 4, which is Modern Warfare, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Ghosts.
Ghost was bad.
Ghost and Infinite Warfare was what I think the kind of bad era for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I liked Infinite Warfare's campaign. And then Modern Warfare, the reboot, and then Warzone with a bunch of others. And then, Sledgehammer's only Advanced Warfare.
With Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, that's right. And World War II. And then Vanguard. So anyway, I'm just saying words now. I could just be reading whatever. Let's move on to the next thing. Hangar 13, the 2K-owned California-based studio responsible for Mafia, or that Mafia 3 really, but had kind of taken on all of Mafia. They have lost their leadership, according to Kotaku. Hayden Blackman, who is the head of the studio, has left after 7 years. This is substantial because this means that in Hayden Blackman's time at Hangar 13, they were about to release Mafia 3 when he became the head of the team, and then have released nothing since then. And Kotaku also reports that the chief operating officer of the studio is also leaving or has been pushed out. It's unclear. If they're both leaving at the same time, it's probably not a voluntary thing. Matthew Urban, and they're being taken over internally. But what's interesting about this is that there are a series of delayed games. It looks like they're working on a new Mafia game, according to this reporting, that will be a prequel of the original Mafia, which I like. I like that idea. And I really like Mafia, and that's what I want to throw it over to you guys in a moment and talk to you about the potential of Mafia. But there's some interesting stuff in here. I remember this, actually, that Kotaku had reported on a game, like a musical game that they were working on called Rhapsody. But then there was a game called Volt that they were making, and it had been canceled, according to this reporting, after $53 million investment. So nothing to show for that. And then they were making another game called Mosaic that was also canceled. So this all happened under this leadership, and that's why they're moving on and going back to Mafia, which is what they should have been working on the entire time. I don't understand why you would release something like Mafia 3 and not follow it up with something else. Dustin, let me start with you. Do you have any interest in Mafia or something? You know, you and I are big Sopranos fans, obviously. I'm Italian. Yeah. So I have this I'm kind of drawn in some way. I always have been to mob movies, Mafia stories, all that stuff. Dagan, my brother, is the same way. We love all that stuff. You know, Bronx Tale and Casino and Goodfellas and Godfather. We just eat it up. And of course, this suggests that it's ripe for video games. Like, I don't understand why you don't have a more cohesive approach outside of very few games. There was a Sopranos game that I never played, but then there was the Godfather games from EA that tried to do something, make it kind of like an open world sort of thing. Mafia was a more closed open world. Mafia 1 and 2 anyway. Mafia 3 was bigger. I just feel like there's a lot to do here. I'm confused in an era where there's a want for more Sopranos content, which cannot happen in any meaningful way because James Gandolfini is dead. I know they made the prequel movie and all that, but it's over, right? Like, give us something. What do you think?
Yeah, in some ways it feels in a small way that like Grand Theft Auto 5 is that Sopranos game, just because there's a lot of similarities between Tony Soprano and the main character. Like, they're both ex-criminal. Well, I guess Tony Soprano's an active criminal. So an ex-criminal and active criminal, but they're like seeing a psychiatrist and also have to deal with their family life at the same time. So there's some elements in there. But what's interesting about the Mafia games, I've actually never played any of them now. I played a tiny bit of the remaster that they put out. And I remember thinking that it wasn't very good. It didn't really seem to be all that much remastered. So, I don't know, it didn't really strike me as something I really wanted to play at the time. But I agree, it seems like clearly an obvious thing that would be ripe for games. And you almost got to wonder if it needs to have like we mentioned Sopranos, like an HBO like quality or like focus to its writing. I'm trying to remember. So there's these Mafia games, but there was also the Godfather license games as well, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we haven't seen one of those in a long time too. And that was
Godfather 2 was 2009, I want to say, early 2009.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing about this guy, their leadership with Hayden Blackman, right? With him leaving, it seems like it. I don't know. I don't want to talk about the dynamics of that studio when we don't even have like a fly on the wall position. But like you said, they haven't really released anything, and the only thing we've seen from these the IP is those remakes / remasters, whatever they were, that weren't necessarily that positively received, and then a bunch of failed projects. And that's coming off of Mafia 3 that wasn't really all that well received from, by and large. So maybe some new leadership will be good for that team. It might be necessary in order for that team to survive after all of these missteps.
Christopher, what do you think about
Christopher?
About the return of Mafia? Now, to Dustin's point, we have to understand about this studio that they are at square one right now still.
Yeah.
With the new game. Now, they've worked on like the remastered and all that kind of stuff, but that wasn't really them either. They've done nothing except for waste potentially $100 million or more between these three games. And yet I know that, and this is a sign of the times. Take-Two understands, like, we can't shut the studio down. Like, we have to keep all the talent now. We can. This isn't 10 years ago. You think if Sony couldn't reopen fucking Liverpool studio and Zipper and all that they wouldn't do it in 2 seconds? Of course they would. So what do you think about the return of Mafia and the potential of Hangar 13 to deliver, specifically keeping in mind that it was 2K Czech that made Mafia 1 and 2. It wasn't Hangar 13. So
yeah, I don't know, man. I think new leadership is pretty necessary at this point. If you waste that much money and you have so little to show for it at that point, you definitely need some restructuring, to say the least. Something's gotta come out of that studio, and it might as well be Mafia related, because that's probably the closest to success that they've come. And at least according to you played Mafia 3, right? And you liked it, right?
I liked Mafia 3 a lot. Yeah, I didn't beat. I think I did beat it. I don't remember, but yeah, I liked it a lot. It was 2016.
So that indicates to me, at least, that they're at least capable of delivering on something like it. If only just maybe clean up the execution, and maybe a prequel will give them the tighter focus that they need to kind of execute something with as few errors as possible. Mafia is weird because, like, I don't have that much of a history with it. I played a little bit of 2 and I really enjoyed it. I like period piece games in general. Like, I really like I remember playing The Saboteur and really, really adoring it, because just being in Nazi occupied France in the 1940s was such an interesting, that's just an interesting place to be, and it's an interesting story to tell. It's an interesting vibe to explore. And so when, Mafia 2, that old New York with like everybody's in suits and it feels like the 1940s, and all the cars and just every the way everybody's dressed. It sells an experience that I think is lacking today, because we just don't see those games really. We see a lot of every open world game that I can think of that isn't based in like fantasy or pure sci-fi is just a fucking cosplay hellhole. It's like GTA Online, where everybody's using their dumbass customized characters and they look like Shrek with a suit on, or it's just this this Ready Player One cacophony of visual noise where nothing's cohesive, nothing makes sense, no particular vibe or experience is being sold other than look at how wacky this is. It's almost like everything became Saints Row, actually. Looking at the landscape of most open worlds, like I think of like Watch Dogs, where everybody had like those holographic mohawks. I'm like, what the fuck? At least Watch Dogs 1 had a vibe that it was going for that wasn't completely aped from everything else around it. And I feel like a period piece open world game that is subdued, that is restrained in that way to be, you know, more encapsulatory of, you know, a time period like whatever a prequel to Mafia would be. I think that's exciting and interesting, and I would love to play that. So I'm, you know, if this is happening, like I'm rooting for them because I would love that.
I feel like the original Mafia took place in the 50s, maybe even.
I think Mafia 2 was either late 40s or early 50s. I know that.
And then
Mafia definitely wasn't 60s.
Yeah, Mafia 3 was like Vietnam era. So maybe they would go back to like the Boardwalk Empire type shit, like, or even Prohibition, which is really where the Mafia became big. So there's a lot of potential here. I'm sorry.
Mafia 2 is set in 1951.
1951. Wow. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, they would have to go further back. Get Prohibition era Mafia. It'd be dope.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good shit.
It'd be really cool.
Let's see. A few other things I want to report on here for you guys before we move on. Chris, I want you to, did you open up this link in the document for Project Q? I want you to also open this, Dustin, if you haven't already.
I've seen it.
Oh yeah, I did see it.
I want you to just look at that screenshot. So here, Ubisoft tweeted out, and I'm sure put on other social media feeds as well. So we heard you introducing codename Project Q, a team battle arena, letting players truly own the experience. The game is in early development and we will keep testing. So for now, all you can do is register for upcoming tests. And then they put out a link. Who did they hear? And what the fuck is this? This looks so generic as to, I don't understand why these publishers need to make 7,000 of the same game. This looks like, I mean, it's pretty, but I mean, it looks like a bunch of other games.
Yeah.
I thought about you immediately, Chris, when I saw this. What do you think?
Oh yeah, dude. Like, I don't mean to diss the art because the art's actually nice. Like it looks good. Like it's competent art. Like I think this is supposed to be Central Park. I think it's kind of what it looks like. I don't know what
it does.
I don't know. It could just be whatever. But I don't know what I'm supposed to be getting out of this. This does not convey whatever the hell they're going for. I don't know if this is a shooter. I don't know if this is it gives Overwatch vibes to me.
Yeah, me too.
Like it's just like, okay, here's this guy on a bench with an energy drink and somebody flying around on a rocket or something, and just some elderly Santa Claus man with a shovel. I don't understand what this is supposed to sell. I don't know what gameplay experience they're trying to sell with this image. Also, weird choice to just call something Project Q. I would have picked, like, I don't know, like any other letter. But, you know, God bless you if you're willing to go into those rabbit holes. I don't know, man. This is weird. This is it's a confusing image to be accompanied by the words "we heard you."
Yeah, well, like, so we heard you. Like, what? Do you have any insight into this?
I gotta read you guys the following two tweets because I think these are some of the best parts. It says,
yeah.
You got to read it in the marketing voice too. By the way, this is not a battle royale. This game will feature a variety of PvP modes with one single goal in mind. Fun. Yeah, it's all capital fun. Okay, and then here's the next one. This is the best one of all. We don't plan to add NFTs to this game, so you can find out more by registering and taking part in the upcoming tests. It's like, damn, you guys fucked up so bad with Quartz. And that now you're like, dude, it's just like, just acknowledge that it was dumb. Now you're making it a marketing point. It's like, oh, we don't plan on adding NFTs. It's like, shut the fuck up. Just like, enough.
First of all, you could say, like, we are not going to add NFTs.
No, they don't plan to. That doesn't mean that the plans might change.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
have different plans. My plans change. My plans vacillate from day to day. You know?
Yeah.
I feel so bad for the people who like probably like worked on this art and they were like, we did it's a nice piece of art, right? We're just doing what we're told, and we came out with this pretty good piece of art and everybody's just clowning on it because it's accompanied by this garbage marketing speak and all these like it's like they shoved both of their feet in their mouths with this. It's like we don't have plans to add NFTs. I love how one of the first responses is the Penguin from the new Batman going like, what are you showing me? It's just so man, why do they do these things?
I don't know.
We live in hell,
obviously in
that's
the pursuit of profit. We'll talk about Ubisoft later, but I don't understand Project Q. And yeah, the art is totally competent, but I will say that the art has nothing unique about it. It's nothing that's interesting to me. I mean, as someone who looks at video games all day, I'm like, this looks like fucking every other game to me.
You know what's funny too, as I look at this image, I'm like, this would be a really nice painting without those stupid characters in it.
Yeah. Yeah, the background, like the stylistic background.
Like it's a beautiful background. It really is.
Much nicer than the characters, which the characters are fine, but it's just, you know what I mean? It's I guess it's like the hero-based kind of stuff. I'm like, I don't care anymore. Don't you understand that we can't sustain all this? So you better have something unique and interesting. Why are you even bothering? What? Just hire me and I'll come in and I'll consult with you guys and I'll tell you like, no, this is going to fail. Surprise.
We heard you. Don't worry, Colin. We heard you.
Thank you. All right. But on better news, Supermassive Games over in the UK announces that their upcoming game, The Quarry, has gone gold. This is exciting. Of course, The Quarry is the spiritual successor to Until Dawn and is a teen horror experience, choice-based experience, which Supermassive obviously specializes in. This was originally in the news lineup that I was going to read, but the news got so crowded that I pushed this one out to just kind of talk about it more selectively. However, Jamie Milligan wrote in and said, hello there, my sweet boys. So The Quarry is just over a month away, and based on the trailer viewer numbers, there is, if nothing else, interest in this project. However, with the rising pricing of gaming in general, not to mention the cost of such a project, how many people are willing to actually pay full price for this genre of games these days? I have to say that other than Heavy Rain back in 2010, I have never paid full price for a Supermassive or Quantic Dream experience. Is the only way these types of games are going to have a future is by attaching them to well-known IP, such as Star Wars Eclipse. And then he puts in parentheses 2030. Congratulations on passing the 200 episodes mark. Looking forward to the distant future where I will see you in foggy London town. You will one day, Jamie. Thank you for writing in. I don't like this attitude. I'm not sure that this game is a $70 game. I think that is what they're charging for it on PS5. I think that might be a little bold. But why can't this be a $60 game? What about this is not a $60 game? It's presumably going to be highly replayable. I assume it'll be somewhere between 6, 7, 8 hours long, maybe. Highly replayable. Brings in some actors, some good voice acting, some quality tech, a lot of experience at Supermassive making these kinds of games. Remember that they're working on their 4th Dark Pictures game. So including Until Dawn, this will be their 6th game in this state. They've actually done more of these games than Quantic Dream has done at this point, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
So I don't like the idea, Jamie, necessarily that, and I know you're not, well, you are saying this because you said since Heavy Rain came out, you haven't paid full price for a Quantic Dream or a Supermassive game. That's your prerogative. But I don't necessarily like that attitude. How do you feel about this, Chris? Do you feel like a game like this, if not 70, I don't shy away from a $60 value for a AAA teen horror experience that I also, by the way, think is very unique. We can say for sure that no one else is doing this. That's for sure. We were just making fun of Project Q that is I could put that in 10 different screenshots and dare people to fucking tell me what games those are. Yeah. So what do you think of this, the idea of paying for The Quarry?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, it's such a unique game, and there's such a unique studio that's crafting such a unique experience here, like both with the Dark Pictures and this, that, you know, your mileage may vary, man. Like if you were not, if you played through like Man of Medan and were just like, this entire thing from gameplay to writing, this was just not it for me. It's just not my style. Then yeah, I could imagine that $70 for an 8-hour story, presumably 8-hour story, that you don't like at all, or that doesn't have any gameplay that you resonate with. I could see why that would seem like not worth it to you. Like, it makes perfect sense. But that's also the case with pretty much anything that costs money. And as far as like art goes, it's like movie tickets and you know, even games that are largely beloved. You know, there's a ton of games out there that sell like crazy. Like Call of Duty, people pay full price for Call of Duty every year. It's not a game that I would consider to be worth $70, not personally. Not because that much money not because not that much time has been put into it. It's obviously like a very crafted AAA experience, but it's just not an experience that I value at a $70 level. And I feel like it's valid to kind of have those feelings, even with things that are offering more unique, you know, experiences, like something like the Quarry. But I will say also that a good experience is a good experience, and time spent doesn't necessarily equate to, you know, value. You know, we've said it on the show a number of times where I would prefer a 6 to 8 hour really, really good experience to a 40-hour experience that has a ton of production value in it that does not leave me feeling anything or leave me positively impacted by the time I spent with it. You know, at a certain point, you're almost wasting my time. And I would pay you not to do that. So
I agree with you there.
I don't know. I think it's largely subjective. Every time we have a conversation about game value, it's always subjective inherently. But I think if they do a good job with this, I think it's totally worth the $60 to $70 that they're asking for it. You know, but that's in the eye of the beholder. So it's kind of hard to judge.
How are you feeling about this, Dustin? I'm of the mind, maybe subjectively, that there's some value here. Just because I think, I don't think I know, and we reported it on the show first, Take-Two saved this game because it was supposed to be a Stadia exclusive. And we broke the news that they had gotten with them and had gotten it on the other console. So it's hard to say, like, do you just want content, or do you see value here in beginning a relationship and fostering a relationship and trying to do something? I think I'm a little surprised more companies haven't tried to chase this level of storytelling. It's complicated. And what do you think about the pricing, and are you excited about the Quarry?
I am excited to check it out. I think that the issue that Supermassive has is that the pricing structure of their recently released games. And I think that is going to be the main point of comparison for a lot of people, is that if you look at, I think, I don't know if this is the same as launch price, but if you can get Little Hope right now for $30 on PS4, and I think they launched at 30 as well. So, and those are relatively short experiences, but like you said, they have a lot of replay value. So there may be a lot of people looking at this and being like, is it $40 more as far as its quality or its length or whatever, that this is justifiable when all of their recent releases have been more in the, I don't want to say budget pricing, but I guess it is when it's half the price of a standard retail game at 30. So that's, I think, for the consumers that are aware of this team, that's going to be the biggest question in their mind. I think it's definitely, you'd have to imagine it's going to be much longer than a Dark Picture game, but it'll be really, really interesting to me to just see how they differentiate themselves, because they both use that butterfly effect gameplay. And so how is this game going to be different than those other ones, especially because Dark Pictures has been a bit mixed as far as its critical reception. So it'll be really, really cool to see what happens with this game. I hope it's awesome, just because I loved Until Dawn. I thought it was fantastic. And Dark Pictures hasn't really recaptured that feeling for me. And so I really hope that this game does.
We'll find out. June 3rd. No, that's no, it doesn't come out June 3rd. That's Perils of Baking. I think it's June. Let me guess here. Let's say June 10. That's my guess.
Let's see. They said 6 weeks on that tweet. I was trying to look real quick. June 10th.
Oh, okay. I was right.
June 10th.
Definitely buy Perils, though, on June 3rd, please.
Right.
All right, 2 more things to get through before we move on. It looks like both Steam and Epic Game Store have leaked the date for Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection on PC. So if you're interested in that build, it looks like it's going to come on June 20th, which is a Monday. That seems weird to me, but the leak comes from both sources, from the scraping from Steam DB and then also Epic itself announcing the date in this roundup that they did. I don't know if they edited it out since, but if you're interested in playing Uncharted 4 and or Uncharted, what's that DLC called that everyone wants to play?
Legacy?
Lost Legacy, right?
Yeah.
I got to get to that at some point. That will come to PC June 20th, it looks like, and it's already available on PS5 and PS4. And then I just wanted to acknowledge this too. We've been talking about, getting your money, right? This is a good time to be in the games industry. It's a good time to work in the games industry. You have a lot of power right now. We're seeing even BioWare and other places trying to unionize now and all this weird shit happening. And it's been reported out of Japan via VGC that Koei Tecmo is the next big publisher to give raises to everyone. Now, we noted that Capcom, for instance, did a 30% across the board raise for everyone. Koei Tecmo's is a little more minor, but still significant, 23% increase in base salary, which will average about $569 per worker. And they've increased their starting salary, they said as well. So congratulations to people that work at these various publishers and companies. Continue to get money. These companies need you more than ever. You are more valuable than ever. Definitely don't work for less than you are worth. And that goes for all of you out there. No free labor. All right, let's get into what we're playing. Chris, let's start with you because I'm interested in this. I'm surprised to see this game here. Although maybe not. I don't know. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so I started Yakuza Like a Dragon because I was I don't know, man. I was going through my library and I was thinking, man, I always want to play something, but then I look through all my games and I think about the ones that I always default to, and they tend to be shooters. It's just it's shooters because it's very easy to get into. They don't dick you around. They just like it's immediate, especially with like games like Doom and stuff, where it's just like you start the game and you're immediately in it. There's no. I'm one of those people who, if something doesn't grab me in the first 2 to 3 minutes, it's really difficult to get me through the whole thing. Like I'll be like, all right, there's something else that could probably grab me in this amount of time. And I was thinking, like, Yakuza is weird. It's always been just kind of on the periphery of my knowledge. I know nothing about it. It's this gaping hole in my knowledge that is easily fillable now because these games are on Game Pass. And I'm just like, I have no excuse not to play these things. And so I decided, I'm going to try it out. I played for about, I think, an hour and a half before I had to go do something else. But Yakuza is so bizarre that I can't help but be very interested in it. The pacing is just off the wall. This game starts off with like this weird play, and it's like really melodramatic, and then it makes a hard right into this kind of like family relationship, and immediately like someone dies, and immediately you're like 20 years in the future or something, and you're chasing down this guy who's selling animal porn videos to kids, and you're like, what the fuck? What is this? It's so bizarre and stylized, and the voice acting is fun and goofy and very campy. Like the main character's talking about like, I want to be a hero like in Dragon Quest. And I'm just like, what is this? This feels like it feels like a parody game, but it isn't. But it almost is. It's like teetering on this line of being self-referential without doing the full Deadpool thing.
Like camp.
And yeah, it's very campy. It's very outrageous. I'm not super deep into it. Again, this is like an hour and some change into it. But I like the style. I like the pacing. I like the campiness. I plan to stick with it. And I was talking to Sweeney about it. Like when we were at the live show, he was like, man, I don't know if you're going to like that one. I was like, oh, why not? And it's like, oh, well, it's very Japanese. And I don't know if it is really. Like it's Japanese in the sense that it takes place in Japan, and obviously it's, you know, you're not going to get away with you're not going to get away from some of the more culturally obvious aspects of it, but it just feels like it's just absurdity, and I'm all about it. I'm really hooked on it in a way that I was not anticipating, because this is just one of those series that have been just like it's a very intimidating thing looking at it from afar, because you look at all of these different games and you're like, what the hell do I even start with? And I think I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to start with one of them and I'll figure it out from there. And I'm enjoying it so far. It's very weird.
I think you should have been a purist and get your PlayStation 2 out and start with the original Yakuza. Like a real man.
Dude, they remastered it. Yakuza
Yeah, I know.
Kiwami. Yeah.
Right, that's right. Now, Dustin, you're familiar with this franchise. I have no love or familiarity with this franchise at all, which is surprising to a lot of people. It's in my mind is like, I should just do it one day. I don't know why I've been so hesitant to ever play Yakuza, but what do you make of Chris going into Like a Dragon and what he might be learning about it so far?
I don't think this is it's not a Japanese humor thing, but I don't know. There's other things I've seen in this vein of like, and I think this was part of the conversation we were having in the green room, was like this idea of like totally absurd, ridiculous situations, but all of the characters are taking it seriously. And that's what I love so much about JoJo, is it's exactly that. It's like there's someone's powers that they can like create zippers to other dimensions. And everyone's like, okay, like that's just completely fine in this universe or whatever. And so Yakuza, man, I've not completed any Yakuza game, but I played a good amount of Zero and some of Like a Dragon. Some of the stuff in that game is just wild. Like there's a guy, I think, in Zero whose name's Mr. Libido, and he like runs around in his underwear and stuff like that. And it's weird because there will be these totally off the wall side quests, but then like the core story is like can be really serious and really dark. Yeah. So it straddles this tightrope of being like this really dark, gritty crime drama, and then just being this absolutely absurd adventure at the same time. And I think I'm like Colin, like at some point I just need to do it. But it's if you want to play all of them, it is quite the to-do.
Yeah, I don't know if I plan on playing all of them. I wanted to at least play one of them to get a feel for like what this was, just so I have some context as to this thing that I feel like I should know something about. But I do want to finish this one. I think it's weird enough and it's compelling enough that I'm like, okay, I'm curious. I don't know if I'm taking the story super seriously. I don't know if I'm all that invested in the characters yet. Granted, it's pretty early on, but just I love the way it introduces characters where it's like a character will say one line and then it'll like fade to black and white, and then it'll have this red, like, this is this person's name, second heir to the Yakuza crime family, and then it'll cut to somebody else and it'll do the exact same thing like 3 times. Yeah. And it's like there's a style here that I really appreciate, because it's not contemporary in the way that like most other games present themselves. Like it's presented in a very, very particular way, and there's a lot of personality shining through, and not only the dialogue. Like I think there's this one where he's talking about like, oh, I want to be like the Dragon Quest guy, and he's like, oh, he's talking to somebody else who's like kind of dismissing him, and he's like, oh, you got all that from a video game? Maybe I should try that gamer shit. And it's just but it's not, it's ridiculous dialogue that's delivered really competently. Like it's not bad voice acting, which is something I've never seen bizarre dialogue delivered in a way that's, it's not like Deadly Premonition, you know what I mean? Where you're playing that game and you're like, what the fuck?
I think about that game all the time.
It is
Deadly Premonition. I don't know why. I just think about it all the time.
It's like an ethereal cloud that's always around somewhere.
When it finally came to PS3, I played it. I didn't beat it, but I was like, this is truly one of the weirdest and somehow most endearing and fascinating games I've ever played in my entire life.
Deadly Premonition is like what I feel like people think Shenmue is. You know what I mean? Like when I played Shenmue, I was like, I don't find this endearing at all. This is just bad and annoying. But
Deadly Premonition is what one Japanese man thought America was as well.
Yeah.
which is what I think is so fun about it. I mean, I haven't seen Twin Peaks, which I'd very much like to watch it all the way through. I know my best friend Ramon is like obsessed with Twin Peaks. So I know I want to get to that, but it reminds me of Twin Peaks. Like that's the same vibe I get where I'm like, what the fuck is this? I don't understand this at all. And I think that was intended, but
for sure.
Yeah, it's funny that you bring that up. I was looking when you guys were speaking about Yakuza. I don't think I realized, here's the timeline. I don't think I realized the Kiwami games were remakes. So everything is actually available on PS4. All of them.
That's correct.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. And then the spinoffs, they're all on PS4. So
the only thing that isn't released, and I think it's in the US, there's like weird ones where they're like samurai. They like keep the same characters, but set them in feudal Japan.
And they're bringing those here, right? Or that they were working on bringing those here.
I don't know. I feel like that maybe was something from a few months ago, but I can't remember.
Yeah. The Gotoku Ishin games. Or Ishin. I know exactly. Yeah, these are the ones here. I'm not seeing anything about. Yeah, there were rumors, I guess, maybe of them coming over. You know what's going to be interesting about Ryuga Gotoku, whatever the studio's called, is that they have totally new leadership now. They lost a lot of people, and so now they're moving forward in a different state, totally different people. Because it wasn't only the lead that left, but I think a bunch of remember they released that picture? It was like 8 of them. I was like, oh my god, they completely poached it. I'm sure the bad blood exists now between them and Sega, no doubt, because they took so much of their talent. All right, Dustin, let's actually, Chris, I'm sorry, let me back up. Before I move on from you, I wanted to acknowledge you, actually. Peter Epperson wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Family. This one is for Chris. I would like to thank him for his recommendation of It Takes Two. I picked it up for my son and I to play together. We would get home and make sure he got his homework done quickly so we could jump right into it. While the story was generally over his head, the cooperative gameplay and teamwork was a lot of fun for us. I would even go as far as to say it brought me and him a little closer together. It is a gem of a game, and I would not have ever picked it up if it were not for Chris talking about it. So there you go. You made a little special moment. Now, Peter's son might become aware in the future that the game is actually an allegory for divorce, and it will rupture his soul, and then you also have been responsible for that.
Maybe, but damn, is it a good game, man? It really is. It like as a co-op experience, it's just so damn good, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is a lot of people's stories, where it's such an easy game to pick up and play with somebody else, and it's just so diverse in the experiences that it offers that like you owe it to yourself to play it if you have people to play it with.
Dustin, let's move on to you. What are you playing?
Sure. So the main game that I've been playing is not on PlayStation. It's Monster Hunter Rise, which is oddly on Switch and PC. And I'm currently playing it on PC. And what's weird about this game is because it started as a Switch game and then they ported it over, is that my 3080 can run it at 4K and 120 frames per second at max settings. And it looks really awesome. But in some ways, you can see like a few textures here and there. And it's like, this was a Switch game, no doubt. But I've always wanted to get into Monster Hunter, but World, I don't know if I just I needed someone to guide me or something, but I kind of feel like I missed the boat on Monster Hunter World. And so this was a good opportunity for me to check it out. And so far, now that I feel like it's clicked in my brain, I'm really, really enjoying it. There's so much more to these games than I ever imagined. They're almost like they feel like a fighting game in some ways, where it's like, so the weapon I've been using is the longsword, and you have to power it up multiple times by doing specific moves. And then within that, there's like different combos and stuff like that and things. And like, you got to learn the attack patterns of the monsters and stuff like that. And so luckily I have a friend who's helping me and like sherpaing me along, but there's a lot of depth to these games, and it makes me really excited for inevitably what's going to be Monster Hunter World 2. You have to imagine, which I would think would be in the next year or two. So I've been really enjoying that. Super fun. Definitely don't play it on the stinky Nintendo Switch at 30 FPS. Play it on PC if you have the ability to. Or I hear it's great on Steam Deck too, but I wouldn't know, Valve. I wouldn't know because my Steam Deck, my email has still not arrived, but hopefully soon. The other game that I played for probably about an hour last night is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Yes.
And I played the original Stanley Parable, like 10 years ago or something at this point. And I knew this was such a like cool and unique game that it was one that I wanted to buy specifically so I could play it with Holly, just because I like every once in a while there are games that we like to play together where it's really just like I'm driving in the controller and then we like discuss what we're doing or like what options we want to do and stuff like that. And so specifically, this is a game that we're playing together. And Stanley Parable is a really weird game. It's hard to even describe, and I almost don't even want to for people to check it out on their own. The main thing I will say about this game is that it's all about multiple endings. That's like the whole point of the game, is that you just do endings, like all these different paths. And there's an interesting dynamic between you as the player and the narrator of the game. And I'm really curious just because this is the Ultra Deluxe version. And so apparently there is new content available. But in the time that Holly and I played last night, we didn't get to any kind of new stuff that I hadn't already seen. But if you like these really intriguing and really smart, I guess, like just like the writing is really clever and really unique, if you're into stuff like that, this is like clearly a no-brainer game at all. It's just it's one of those games that you want to keep playing just to see what it thinks of next. Kind of like, I mean, I don't want to say like It Takes Two. Like It Takes Two, you're always like, what thing are they going to throw at me as far as a gameplay mechanic? This one is like, what off the wall thing that I would have never expected this game to do? What is it going to do next? And it's not even like, I don't know, this game, it doesn't even really have gameplay. I guess you could put it in the walking simulator category, but it doesn't feel like that. I feel like walking simulator has such a bad
it's a pejorative.
Yeah, and I think some games do deserve that statement, because it's like when I think of walking simulator, I think of like heavy-handed story and really slow walking speed, and that's not the case with this game at all. So if you're curious, I really do recommend Stanley Parable, and the PS5 version has been fantastic, no issues.
Oh, God. I love the Stanley Parable. I'm so glad it's out again.
Yeah.
It's funny. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think it's ever been out on consoles before. So this is like a huge new market for the game.
I appreciated this. So the studio's crows. And when I saw the trophy list, I thought it was hysterical. And actually, I'm going to do something rare, not unheard of, but rare. I'm going to go to the end of the show because this was actually one of the 6 inquiries. And at the end, I didn't know you had played this when I put this in the document. So we're going to go to Rob Kavazna, who says, Dear Sacred Trio, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe has a trophy that you earned by not playing the game for 10 years. Sure, I can play around with my system's clock like some sort of Kozner. I don't know what that means, or Kozner. But I want to earn this one. That being said, Habroxia 2 has an extremely difficult platinum that plays around with the meta of trophies. So Colin, what do you think of a trophy list that makes light of trophy hunting? I'll just add that there's a trophy that requires you to play the game for an entire Tuesday. Nobody has been able to swindle that one yet. So people have been writing about this, actually, and I think it's hysterical. The trophies for this game are fucking with people that like trophies. And and it's doing it intentionally. And what's funny about it is if you go to PSN Profiles, I love that site, and you go to the forum, there's always a big post on every game which says trophy thoughts. And it's like where people put their thoughts for the trophies when they're first announced. And there are so many people that do not get that this is a joke and are mad about what it requires you to do. And I'm like, don't you see that it's just making fun of people like us? I mean, like, aren't you self-aware enough to know? And it's funny when you look at them. There's a trophy that you get, and it says, get your first trophy. And it says, awarded for getting any of the other trophies as your first.
Yeah.
So when you get your first trophy, you automatically get another trophy. It's test trophy, please ignore. Test trophy description, please replace this.
Dude.
And it was like, if you try to press X, like the jump, it says you can't jump. You get a trophy for that. Oh, yeah. There's a one that says click on door 430 5 times. So you just have to find the door 430 in the game and click on it 5 times. And it's speed run. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. That's actually similar to one for Gone Home. But there's a couple others I really like to including set all setting sliders in the menu to all of the available numbers is one of the trophies. And then don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years And as he said, play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. These are awesome trophies. I mean, this is fucking brilliant. I love it.
Have you played the Stanley Parable, Colin?
No, I haven't. I was going after I saw this. I was going to sit down with it and do it.
I think you'd like it, man. It's such a the trophy, like the cleverness of the trophy is indicative of how clever the game.
It's tip of the iceberg.
Is. It's like one of the most well written games I've ever played, and I'm glad that it's finally on console now because it's just so damn good. I haven't played it in a long time though, so it's like I almost feel like excited to kind of get back into it because I actually don't remember a lot of it. I remember liking it a lot when I played it on PC the first time. I finished it like a bunch of times, but now it's like all that. I remember the adventure line, but that's the only thing that has stuck in my memory. So I feel like I could come back to this and really kind of get all the value that I got out of it the first time again. So I'm looking forward to it.
I wonder if someone's going to try to get the people already have the trophy for not playing for 10 years because you can just manipulate the clock. But I wonder if someone will try to do it the old fashioned way. And I think that there were a few trophies specifically in the PS3 era that literally did require like certain times. And I remember there were achievements, I think on a racing game, might have been one of the Midnight Clubs or something where you had to be in the top 1% of the world or something.
Oh man.
So like it just became impossible to ever get those achievements. It's just funny to see people explore with them. And one of the things I'm really proud of with Habroxia too, and I'm disappointed that no one has really written about it, although we haven't really done any PR for the game. So it's to be expected, is as far as I understand, we are the first team to ever build in different trophy, like an entire different trophy list as a difficulty level in another port of the game. Like, I don't think anyone's done that. We're also interested in the meta. So thank you, Rob, for writing it. I think that's really cool. And I loved the Stanley Parable trophies when I saw them come up. I thought it was brilliant. I know a lot of people are upset about them, but I think it's okay to make fun of yourself.
That's people got to take it easy.
Yeah. It's just, and the funny thing is what they know is that we'll all do it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So that's what's funny about it. And
oh man,
cool. I'm glad you're enjoying that game. I'll definitely check that out this summer. All right. Four games actually for me to talk about looking at this because it's been a while. So I haven't really known what to play. I just kind of have been bored. Like I said, Lego Star Wars, and I'm just seeing this more and more. Like everyone's like, this game, or not everyone. A lot of people are like, this game's fucking boring. I'm like, yes, it is, isn't it? And I see like more and more people saying like, this game is just boring. I think Gene Park was the last one I saw say that. And so I was like, what else am I going to play? And maybe I'll pick away at Lego Star Wars over time. But so I went back to the Castlevania Advanced collection that came out last fall. When that came out, I played through all of Circle of the Moon, the first game. So I was like, I'll play the second game now. So I played through all of Harmony of Dissonance. It's good. It's not as good as Circle of the Moon, but it's a great game if you're interested in Metroidvanias, old Metroidvanias. I love the graphics. I love the pixel art and just getting to study it and all the different tricks they do to make it look as beautiful as they can on the GBA. It's very impressive from that perspective. So played that all the way through for 8 or 10 hours. And then concurrently, I started playing Gravity Rush again on Vita. I made using Sandeep Rai's book on the Vita that he was on the show, and he did this full collection of Vita games and just this huge list of them. I went through and kind of picked out everything that I had not played or beaten. And Gravity Rush is one of those games I had just not beaten at the time or really played extensively, and I don't know why. And I started playing it again, and I really like it. It's cute. I'm playing it in bed. So I'm working my way through that. And then on PS5, when I was done with Castlevania, which was on PS4, but I played it on PS5, I went and downloaded SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Remastered, which was free on PS Plus last month. And I played it for about an hour, and it's cute. I don't really know anything about SpongeBob, so I had Micah kind of telling me everything about like, why is this snail meowing? Why is this hand coming on the screen? Who is this person, et cetera, and so on. But it was cute and it was fun, but I was a little bored with it and I hadn't earned any trophies yet. So I was like, I better get out while the going's good. So then I went on and I was like, what should I play? And you know what? I went and first I downloaded it, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, but then I realized, because that was also free on PS Plus, then I realized it was only the PS4 version. So then I went and bought the PS5 version. And I started playing that last night and I played it for about 2 hours. And I don't think I realized just how much of a Borderlands game this is. And if I think I realized that more, I think I probably would have played it immediately when it came out, because I'm like, oh, this is really great. This is exactly what I'm looking for. It's got a different flavor than Borderlands, but it is recognizably Borderlands in every single possible way, from its UI to its upgrade trees and the guns. And it's just a total Borderlands game. And I think it was one of those examples of me. I take a lot of pride in not really paying attention to games when they're announced. Like, we know they're coming. We know who's making it. We know what kind of game it is. Maybe I watched the launch trailer or the announced trailer, but then I kind of just put it out of my mind, with rare exception. And I think that had I paid closer attention to this game, I would have realized what I was actually getting. Because what I thought I was getting was a more hack and slash with some, distance attack sort of version of Borderlands. And it actually starts out that way, which is funny, but it quickly becomes a shooter after that. I don't know. I dig it. Have either of you played this game at all?
No.
Oh, not yet. I'm looking. It's not one that I've written off. It is something that I'm planning on getting to, I think, during the summer lull. But it just, I don't know. It hasn't jumped out at me as something that I'm particularly interested in. I do think I'm going to like it more than Borderlands 3, but just because I do think the difference in flavor is probably enough for me to like it again. Because Borderlands 3 felt like Borderlands 3 was good, but it also just sort of felt like a little safe to me. Like it had been a while between Borderlands 2 and 3, and to get Borderlands 3 after that much time and have it be kind of just, it's more Borderlands. I get that's what everybody wanted, but it just felt a little bit not exciting to me. This is a little bit more exciting to me, but it's also, I don't know. It's not super important that I get to it really quickly. But I do plan on playing it.
Yeah, in this era, or this period where there's not a lot coming out, it's shining pretty bright for me. I don't know if I'm gonna get tired of it or whatever. I just know I love Borderlands. And what I was explaining to Micah last night was I love Borderlands, and I don't think I've beaten any of them. Like, I've played them all super extensively, like pretty much to the end, and then just never beat them. I don't know what that's all about, but I've probably played the Borderlands games for a combined 200 hours, let's say, and really enjoy playing them. So I guess I just didn't know. Maybe I just need to pay closer attention sometimes. I will say there's two sides of the same coin in this game with Tiny Tina herself. I like that character. I think the performance from Ashley Birch is really funny and cute and endearing, but it is one of those games where it's like this character as a main character constantly talking gets really annoying really fast. Because everything's a joke. She's cute. Everything's funny and too cute by half. And that Aaron Sorkin type writing. And it's like, it does wear on you after a while. I'm like, all right, I don't care. But it is funny how they're very self-aware. It's like, why are there guns in this game? Why do the skeletons have bazookas? And it's just cute. It's supposed to be like a Dungeons and Dragons type experience.
I think
in that way.
Because we were talking a little earlier about how some games and even some movies and media have these like really serious stories where the character or everybody in the story is taking it seriously, but the world is insane. Borderlands 3 has the opposite problem, where it's a very serious thing that's happening, but none of the characters are taking it seriously. So I just didn't give a shit. But like the context of this being a D&D game kind of makes that okay. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like, oh, you haven't fixed the problem really, but you've recontextualized the narrative in such a way that it ceases to be as big of a problem as it would be if this was like a real genuine quest in a real world, So that alone has me kind of excited. I remember seeing this one gag with a Cheeto on the board, and I thought that was funny. So
there's
So I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. It just I don't feel compelled to rush to it.
No, I totally understand that. It's not spoiling anything because it's like the first or second mission in the game, but just to kind of explain what I was talking about, it's cute. Like you're sieging a castle with your party or whatever, and you're going around destroying all these catapults that they're using to like attack your troops, and you use C4 to destroy them. And then one of the players is like, why does it have to be C4? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And so she like renames C4 to something else, so it's just some other explosive that does the same exact thing, and then you destroy all of the catapults, and then you have to get to the next part of the stage, and she's like, oh shit, like there's no way for us to get there, so she's just like, I'm just going to repair one of the catapults, and so she just fixes one of the catapults so you can use it that you just destroyed, like undoing that part of the game. So it's just constantly referring to itself, and it's cute. I think it can get a little grating. I don't know that we're going to be there for much more than the gameplay by the end, but
for sure.
Who am I to say? It's also there's an overworld, which is weird because Borderlands is an interconnected world, but there's an overworld that kind of acts as the world map too, which is neat. It's different. People can check it out if they'd like. Couple of things I wanted to read before we move on to the news. Daniel Corral wrote in and said, "Hey guys, great episode 200. Thanks, Colin. There have been a couple of times you mentioned this game has a good clock. I know you were describing the amount of time you have played, but what constitutes a good clock? Keep up the great content." Dude, Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance, perfect clock. You're in the map, clock stops. You pause, clock stops. That's it. That's a good clock.
Nice.
When I'm playing the game, clock. What'd you say?
I said nice clock.
Nice clock.
Nice clock.
That's a good one. And David Joyner, good clock. David Joyner wrote in. What'd you say?
I said great clock.
Yeah, great. It's a great clock. And David Joyner wrote in and said, Colin, can we please talk about Nobody Saves the World? I downloaded it this week based on your praise you gave it in episode 199, and I would like to amplify your praises. The leveling system is the most well-designed I've seen in any video game. I actually agree with you in the sense that it's got to be one of the best, no doubt. Just how interconnected it is. It's really brilliant. The characters and their abilities are diverse and interesting, and the dungeons are challenging but fair. The art style and writing has much character and style. Drinkbox really knocked it out of the park once again. I just reached level 30, and this game has its hooks in me more than any game has in the past 5 years. Will you be joining me on the Platinum journey, and can we expect a review discussion or spoiler cast for this game? I don't think a review discussion or spoiler cast will happen because I don't think anyone's playing it except for me and the company, but I would like to get my buddies at Drinkbox back on the show to talk about it. And I emailed them privately and just sent them a nice message because I think it's a really extraordinarily good game. So I'm glad that some people are checking it out based on my praise. It's my game of the year so far, no doubt about it. And will I get the platinum? I didn't get the platinum in Guac. So I have the platinum in Guacamelee, and I have the platinum on both PS3 and Vita, and then Guacamelee on PS4, and the platinum on Severed on Vita. But then I didn't get the platinum in Guacamelee 2, and I got to go back maybe and get that. And I didn't get the platinum here because they both require a second playthrough. So I'll just kind of save it for another time and have like this kind of draw to go back into it. I don't think I'm going to do it right now, but glad you're enjoying it. Nobody Saves the World is awesome. Please do check it out. It was on Game Pass. I think it might still be on Game Pass. I don't know if you play on Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
All right, boys, let's get into the news. There's a big piece of news that we have to talk about, and I will do that now. It's a long write-up, but it requires lots of information. So sit back and we will get through this, beginning with number one. And a substantial move which carries a price tag perhaps not indicative of its actual size and importance. The Embracer Group, renowned gobbler up of studios and publishers, has struck a deal with Japanese publisher Square Enix to acquire a slate of its Western developers and IP. The deal works like this. Embracer gives Square Enix $300 million in cash, and Embracer receives a trio of teams in return, the American Crystal Dynamics and Canadian Eidos Montreal and Square Enix Montreal. In addition, a slate of more than 50 IP and licenses are also making the trek from one to the other. The three studios combined employ about 1,100 people and will be folded into Embracer seemingly as its own vertical, which it has done many times before. As of now, Embracer is made up of 10 subsidiaries, including THQ Nordic, Koch Media, Gearbox, and others, and nestled into each of these are well over 100 individual teams. First, a word on these teams. Crystal Dynamics is certainly the most renowned and important of the bunch, having been founded in the early 90s and subsequently bought by Eidos, and then in turn by Square Enix. The team's early hits include the Gex games and the Legacy of Kain titles, the latter of which will be included in the deal, as they were initially published by Eidos. It took over the Tomb Raider franchise about 15 years ago, releasing nearly a dozen games, though there are only two that matter, 2013's Tomb Raider reboot and its 2015 sequel. Its most recent game was the ill-advised service game The Avengers, and they're currently working on both an Xbox-exclusive Perfect Dark game, which will continue under this agreement, and a new Tomb Raider title that we've just discussed weeks ago. The other two teams, both in Montreal, are newer and less important, though they also come with their IP. Eidos Montreal's Thief reboot and Deus Ex games come along for the ride as an example, so Embracer owns these teams as well as Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Thief, Legacy of Kain, and a yet undisclosed list of other licenses. For Embracer's part, it'll now be the United States' biggest publisher and currently has 14,000 employees across 124 teams. Embracer itself, of course, is Swedish and has been built into this behemoth over the last 10 years, beginning with the remains of the original THQ, which it eagerly gobbled up. On Square Enix's end, the publisher makes clear that it's retaining certain Western IP, including but not limited to Just Cause, Outriders, and Life is Strange. What's important to recall about these 3 games is that from Square Enix's point of view, they're second party and thus cheaper to manage with a lower downside. Just Cause is traditionally managed by Avalanche, Life is Strange is now managed by Deck 9 following its birth with Don't Nod, and Outriders is with People Can Fly. All 3 are independent teams working in conjunction with Square Enix. Sadly, the same release that reveals Square Enix's plans with the existing IP also makes clear that its eyes might not be on the ball. A portion reads in part, quote, "The transaction enables the launch of new businesses by moving forward with investments in fields including blockchain, AI, and the cloud," end quote. Still, recall that Square Enix's Western or Western-style releases have largely underperformed by their own internal metrics. The company hemorrhaged money on the Avengers, and its Western-style platinum game, Babylon's Fall, was also an expensive dud. The deal also falls in line with what was suggested by the release of IO Interactive and the Hitman franchise. When Square Enix let that team and its IP walk away for seemingly no cost in 2017, everyone scratched their heads as to why. But it's obvious that Square Enix isn't looking to waste money on Western studios, redoubling its efforts instead with Japanese development, where it largely excels. Square Enix and Squaresoft before it at one time had quite a few entangling alliances over the years, including with EA, IDOS pre-purchase, and others, though this seems to be the first time they've ever fully retreated. But there's good news for Square Enix fans. Final Fantasy XVI is nearing its final stages of development, according to producer and director Yoshida Naoki, and we will learn more soon. So that's a lot, but I wanted to get all the information out there. Chris, let's begin with you. What do you make of this? This is huge news.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of context to it because I think it's one of the rare moves where publishers and IP are moving from one entity to the other as opposed to being independent and purchased. So this is more akin to like when Rare went from Nintendo to Microsoft back in the day. What do you make of these efforts for Embracer to kind of squeeze Square Enix out of its Western presence?
I mean, I think that's a hell of a deal for all that IP. I think that's the price point of this deal is shockingly low for owning Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Thief, Legacy of Kain, and like presumably a bunch of others, and these 3 studios. Isn't this just only slightly more than Insomniac?
Yeah, Insomniac was $229 million.
I mean, there's a lot of bang for your buck here, I feel like, you know.
I agree.
I remember reading this news and I felt kind of gobsmacked by it. Like I was like, what the? This is such a big. I feel like this is a big deal. Not only because, like you said, this is like a kind of a more rare type of acquisition in the sense that it's more akin to Rare leaving Nintendo or going from Nintendo to Microsoft, but also just the separation between Square Enix and its Western games to pursue blockchain technology immediately, like just before a bunch of news comes out about how NFTs are like falling and like crumbling in popularity, and like everybody's like unanimously against it. And even Ubisoft and other studios who were like really all about it are like now backing down with Project Q being like, hey, just so you know, we heard you, no NFTs.
But we didn't understand NFTs. Just remember that. Sacred Symbols didn't understand it.
Right. It was us.
Okay.
We didn't get it.
All right. Okay.
I don't know, man. It feels like Embracer walked away from this with a pretty good steal in my opinion. And also just seeing the potential, the fact that Legacy of Kain is mentioned specifically is really exciting to me. Because there's no way they're not going to do something with that.
Oh, certainly. Embracer's whole thing is getting the old games out while the new games are cooking.
Yeah.
And so I will say this, and someone wrote in about this, I think his name was Thor, and I had seen this story as well, and I wanted to say this, that if you read the press release from Square Enix, I think people are overplaying the whole blockchain thing a little much, because they say that they're trying to do a few things And that might just be
Right.
investor talk or whatever. And this story from Metro that talked to a financial analyst named David Gibson notes that it's predicted that Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal's 2 Marvel games lost Square Enix somewhere in the region of $200 million.
Oh, for sure.
So we knew that they lost at least 70 million from Guardians, but we didn't realize how catastrophic their losses were, I don't think. And it seems like they're just like, we don't want to do this anymore. Like the reason that they even got involved with a lot of these studios was because of the acquisition of Eidos. And that was when Square Enix and a lot of other companies wanted to diversify. Now I think Square Enix realizes it's actually most talented in its home country of Japan, where it can harness what makes unique Japanese games uniquely Japanese. And it's not the only company that can do that. And it's not to say that they can't do Western games. I think they realize, though, that they need to manage their Western games as second parties. And that's how they're going to manage. That's why it's not like Outriders has a future. Life is Strange has a future. Like, they're talking about these things explicitly because I think they want people to know, like, we're not retreating. We just can't manage all of this shit anymore. And it's not working for us. Look what happened with the Avengers. Look what happened with Guardians of the Galaxy. Though a good game, long in development. And I think they say, like, listen, if these guys were working in Japan closer to the hive, I think we would have realized that this shit was fucked sooner. And we just don't want to do this anymore. And if we have a game like Outriders and it turned out that it was going to be a dud, then we don't own People Can Fly. We can at least get out of that deal, you know? And so I really do think that that's at the heart of it, in my opinion. Dustin, what do you think about this this announcement of the acquisition?
Dude, we got to get a new Gex game out of this, no doubt. Like an old.
That's certainly in there.
Gex.
There's 50 IP, and they haven't released the list yet. But I was going through trying to figure them out, and yeah, Gex is definitely one of them. No doubt.
So yeah, legitimately, I would love that because the second Gex game, I loved playing that on the original PlayStation. But this is as a Square Enix fan who likes their Japanese output, it's positive to see them say, like, okay, let's double down. Let's get rid of this stuff that I don't want to say that they didn't have any business doing, partnering and owning American or Western studios, we'll say, but clearly it hasn't been working out for them quite like they imagined. And I think some of it too is that they had some unrealistic expectations about what they wanted these games to do. And I feel like it's kind of the last remaining relic of a Square Enix that was trying to be more Western, specifically in the 360 era, where we saw a lot of Japanese games try to lose some of their identity. And now they've kind of realized, like, hey, and that's the interview that we talked about. Was it on 199 or 198, where they were saying that they wanted to get back to that their games that are distinctly Japanese are what people want from them. So in that way, this sale makes a lot of sense. Embracer, with how big they're getting, it feels ominous. And it's funny because my dad actually, when I was at his house when this deal went down, he's like, "Oh yeah, I saw something about that. Are they Chinese owned?" I was like, "No, thankfully." So it's kind of like a mixed feelings where it's like, okay, we have this mega publisher forming, which is not good, but at least it's not, money from either China or other negative interests, we'll say. So there's at least that. So we'll see. Embracer is continually a really, really interesting group that is just like, I'm assuming a lot of their money just comes from Swedish investors. Like, where's all the money coming from for them?
Yeah,
to
I think
just keep buying and buying
I think
and
they're
buying?
traded on the Swedish market, and then I think they do series funding as well and take loans out. Because I think when I was reading the press release, they took out the $300 million loan, I think, to pay for this or whatever in cash. So they just have lines of credit, and clearly they're liquid. I actually really am fascinated by Embracer because if you read their press releases, they often talk about their studios, their headcount, and projects, but then they also talk about their AAA projects. And they're bold enough to say, like, we have 130 games in development and 22 of them are AAA. It's like, that's fucking dope. I mean, that's awesome. Good for you. It's cool that you're investing in all these small A and indie style. I mean, they're not technically indie because you own them, but smaller games. In fact, playing Bikini Bottom, the SpongeBob game, which is done by them, by THQ Nordic and Purple Lamp, which is a studio they own. I feel like I was like, this is great. I wonder how much this cost. I wonder what Nickelodeon's take was. I was thinking about that as I was playing, because I was like, I bet this was only $5 million maybe to do this, somewhere in $10 million, and you get some licensing and you just kind of put it out there and you poop it out on PlayStation Plus at some point, and slowly you recoup your money. And before you know it, you have just this catalog. I assume this is the way they're looking at it. When you go 10 or 20 years from now, they're going to look back and be like, holy mother of God, do we have a lot of games and a lot of IP and a lot of some shit that sucks, no doubt, but a lot of important stuff. I remember Saints Row's coming out later this year, and that's their game. So,
I mean, just these IP in general, like the Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, and Legacy of Kain, those three are pretty big. To me, anyway. Like I look at those and I'm like, that's an exciting group of IP to own. And knowing what we know about the Nvidia leaks, and how many AAA games they have in development, and how many games they have in development in general, the fact that Destroy All Humans 3 is in that list and there was never a Destroy All Humans 3 has me very excited. Like the premise of a new Destroy All Humans, like a properly new one that isn't just built off of the back of like an old PS2 engine and actually modern, is very exciting. Man, it's so weird because this is a publisher that just sort of came out of nowhere back when we first started doing the show. They just sort of appeared, and now they're high key one of the publishers I'm looking at the most when it comes to stuff that I'm interested in at this point.
Me too.
Especially now with Tomb Raider and all this other shit. It's like that's a lot of value in that IP.
I mean, just to put it in the context for people, they own Amplifier, which is like 20 different studio, like indie style and A style studios. Biggest of that bunch is probably Tarsier, which did a bunch of Vita stuff and PS4 and PS3 stuff. They own Coffee Stain Holding, which owns, amongst other teams, Ghost Ship, which did that game Deep Rock Galactic, which was just a big PS Plus hit.
Oh yeah.
They
That's
bought Dark
game.
Horse, right, a few months ago, which is Dark Horse Comics, Dark Horse Entertainment.
Oh,
They bought Deca, and Deca is a more multiplayer-esque. We won't deal with them, but they own, I think, 4 or 5 studios themselves. They bought Gearbox, so they own Borderlands and all of the studios that were under Gearbox, including Cryptic and others. They own Koch Media, including Flying Wild Hog, which just did Shadow Warrior. And remember, Shadow Warrior was on PS Now, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. Right there, and also under Koch Media is Deep Silver and Vertigo, Warhorse, who are the guys that used to be 2K Check that did that what was it called? Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Oh yeah.
They own Saber Interactive, which is 4A Games, 3D Realms, New World, and Slipgate, Zen Studios, Demiurge, a bunch of studios under that. They own THQ Nordic finally, with Gunfire and, like I said, Purple Lamp and Piranha Bytes. And it's not that they have no studios as good as Sony's top 5. None, not even close. But the point is that they have real talent. And now they're going to start releasing real AAA games, like Volition releasing Saints Row. It's a AAA game. Whether or not we're going to like it, I have no idea, but that's a AAA game. And Gearbox is a AAA studio. I mean, so we're going to see more of these guys, and there are a few things that I want to talk about. There are 2 things that I want to underline. Number one, and I said this in the write-up, but I want to underline this because I don't know if anyone's talking about it elsewhere. This puts in the context why they let IO Interactive go. Everyone was like, why did you just let them leave? And I think they were happy to be like, you just go, and we'll just go our own separate way, and we don't have to deal with each other anymore. And I think both sides understood the financial realities of that post Hitman 2, I guess. And especially after post Hitman with the episodic approach and stuff, which they tried to replicate with, again, at the same time with Life is Strange and everything. So you can kind of see the wheels turning at Square Enix and how they were dealing with it. The other thing that I want to underline is that I don't think this is final. And I'm kind of wondering if someone's going to come in and try to get it. And Jonathan Ellsby wrote in and said, all right, with the latest news of Embracer Group acquiring Square Enix Western Studios, do you think anyone else will come to the table with a late bid like EA did with Codemasters? Because it seems like such a low price. Huge congrats on the 200th show. I watched it on YouTube as soon as it was up and thought you did a fantastic job. I couldn't even tell Chris was in constant pain. Thank you, Jonathan, for writing in. That's the idea. I was thinking about this too. When I saw the price, as you had both noted, the price is right. Now, I don't know what they're really buying. They're buying the IP. They're buying the old games. There might be a deal that Square Enix is still going to have publishing legacy with these games and still make money off them. I don't think they're going to adopt their debt or anything like that. I think what Embracer is doing is buying talent. We keep talking about just buying talent, keeping it stuck everywhere that they're doing it, that they're trying to do it. But the Codemasters thing with EA came out off the top rope, outbidding Take-Two at the time by $400 million. And remember, Take-Two announced the deal. So I don't know that this is final. They have a fiduciary obligation to take the best deal that they can. $300 million by today's context does seem cheap. So I want to note that as well. I think that's an important thing. I think that's possible. But there's another point to this as well, and people are wondering if there's more to this, if this is the first of another step. And Ryan Goldner writes in and says, hey guys, happy post 200. It was a great event to mark the occasion. As many questions will be this week, what is your take on the future of Square Enix? With selling the Western teams, is this simply because they struggled to make a profit, or are they also looking to streamline being acquired? Finally, is this buyer Sony? With Sony doing exclusive after exclusive and popular series like Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Quest, and Final Fantasy being closely tied to PlayStation, seems like Square would be something Sony would like to pick up and protect for the brand. Keep up the great work and keep blasting the Gamer Battalion anthem. We will, Ryan. Thank you for writing in. I can't help but wonder. I can't help but admit that I wondered this too. You're jettisoning a bunch of valuable stuff, but you're making yourself a much more interesting operation if you're trying to pitch yourself as a Japanese publisher with few entanglements. But I don't see how they would have that would have benefited a Sony or a Microsoft or whoever would come in and try to buy them. If you were Sony, wouldn't you want to come buy everything and have the option then to do what you wanted to do with it? For instance, Crystal Dynamics is in Santa Monica. In California rather. So you can disperse those people to different studios like Santa Monica, like San Diego, if you wanted to give them another opportunity. You're also looking for a presence in Canada. You already have a small presence with Haven. Montreal, same place. And then you would probably want to go through and say, if you're a Sony, you'd be like, we want Tomb Raider. Why the fuck wouldn't we want Tomb Raider? I mean, we might not do anything with it, but we'll take Legacy of Kain. And so I don't necessarily know that by trimming the fat like that, it makes them more attractive. It might make them easier and cheaper to buy, which might be the entire point. But I don't know that like a Sony or Microsoft would have been like, thank God you guys made that decision for us. I would have imagined that they would have wanted to make it. I think that Sony or Microsoft would be wise to spend $300 million just to make that decision. But again, this goes into the inorganics of it. What do you think of that, Chris? Do you think that Square Enix has a plan? Do you think that this is part of a greater motion to make themselves viable?
I don't know. I'd like to think that that's not the case, because just thinking about publishers trying to be purchased makes me sad, because it just shines a light on how the industry is right now. But I'm not so sure it has anything to do with that, because like you said, I do feel like the big money is on the table right now. Like, everybody knows the show that Microsoft is capable of putting on. Everybody knows that acquisitions are on the table. Everybody knows that we are in an M&A kind of era of this industry. And I don't know if I was trying to make myself as a studio more attractive to a buyer, I don't know if I would shed a lot of valuable IP. I don't know if I would shed something like Tomb Raider, especially. Like, I don't know if that's something that I would do. Because ultimately, like, if we're going to be bought out if we're trying to make ourselves cheaper to buy, like, how does that benefit us? Like, at a certain point, if you're Square Enix, you'd probably be like, we should just make $300 million. Like, it seems so. And I know that Square Enix, the publisher, isn't purchased for $300 million, but you would think that if they were looking for any money at all, it would be a lot more than that. And you dwindle your value by having less IP. It's just objectively true. So I don't know. I think this is more of a, like we said earlier, I think this is really all to do with doubling down and focusing on what works and what doesn't. I think that is even strengthened by the fact that this recontextualizes the IO thing, because that was way before M&A was even really something that was, a cornerstone of the conversation. So I don't know if I see this as them trying to make themselves more attractive in a bidding war.
It is, or I should say, IO is definitely the canary in the coal mine. It's so interesting to look back on it and be like, what? Because I remember thinking at the time, like, why are you doing this? like, why are you letting them go? Like, what is the financial deal? What happened? And it just seemed like, no, we're just going to go our separate ways. And I've never heard that in my entire life. You literally bought them, and you're just going to totally let them go. My thought here is that Square Enix is dealing with less money, right? Like $300 million is a lot of money to them. And this will cut their workforce by about 25%. So they're untethering themselves from a bunch of talent as well. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. I don't know what the plan is. I do think that if someone is to purchase Square Enix, or a company is to purchase Square Enix, the only company that makes any sense is Sony or Nintendo. That's it. And
Nintendo wouldn't. Yeah,
and I just don't think Nintendo wants to do that. They're already getting so much milk for free, but so is Square. I mean, they're getting the milk that they want too, right? Like, Sony wants the AAA milk, like the fucking Final Fantasy 16 milk from the teat. And Nintendo's totally happy with the 3D, 2D, 3D remakes and triangle strategy and all the shit people like playing on handheld. And everyone's kind of gleeful. The only one that doesn't get anything out of Square Enix is Microsoft. Really, of any like intrinsic value. I just don't like the idea of Square Enix being purchased by anyone. So Dustin, I'm curious. You're a big Square Enix fan, like I am. I'm a fan going way back to Squaresoft and Enix. Of course, I loved those companies when I was a kid and worshipped those companies. We didn't really even understand what that meant. We just knew that E on the box or the Square logo on the box just meant something, that there was going to be probably a pretty special game. It sold many games doing that to people that knew nothing more than what magazines told them in the back of the box. So there's a lot of people have a special place in their heart for Square Enix, and I just don't think people have a special place in their heart for like Activision. I just think it's different. So I think this company teetering in that M&A environment is scary. But I don't feel like the optimal situation for them is to be purchased by anyone. I feel like the optimal situation is for them to remain independent. Do you think that they're trying to streamline themselves towards a direction, or do you think they're just trying to say, like, we want to do it this way? Now we have 25% fewer mouths to feed. Now we don't have to worry about these games that lost us $200 million. Oh, by the way, if you count the $300 million we made from this deal, we really only made $100 million on it because we had to pay back our debts that we had on their games. And I think that's probably the way they're explaining it. I don't think they're happy with these studios. I think they're perfectly happy to be like, fine, fuck it, bye. What do you think?
Right. Yeah, I'm leaning towards a situation where this was a chance for them to make a clean break after, I mean, not that these studios are terrible studios, but I mean, they've done fantastic games. But you mentioned that the amount of money that they lost on Avengers, if they're looking at this as an opportunity, it's like, well, we already want to double down on Japanese games and what we're actually good at, and this is a chance for us to break out clean from this. And so I don't know. To me, I feel like I don't know much about their financials as a company, but outside of these studios and these specific endeavors, they don't seem to be hurting in any sense. Like, you don't see like repeated failures of the games. I mean, we did have recently the Babylon's Fall, of course, was
I mean, they must have lost a shit ton of money on that game. Although, again, it's helpful for them because they don't own Platinum, so
right,
they can just be like, fine, you guys have to go figure out your next contract. We're not responsible for you beyond the cost of the game. And
right,
I will say to the point you make as well, that they and David Gibson here in the story I was reading in the Metro story says that it's basically comical that Square Enix would even need the money to invest in blockchain and all these things, that they're perfectly solvent, even taking the losses. So ideally, you would say, like, we're just shedding shit that has been keeping us behind, that we are still profitable, even shoving money into the red to make it black. And I think that's kind of their status, but that's going to make them smaller, and that's just weird. That's a weird move.
Here's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Just a question. So we're talking about the possibility of them getting acquired by either Sony or another team. But as we see these mega publishers start to form, whether that's Embracer or Microsoft, is there a possibility that they merge with another Japanese company, like whether it's Bandai Namco or Capcom or something like that, and make a new, like, their own Japanese mega publisher?
Dude, as we said in the past, the three big publishers in Japan are all mergers, right? Mm-hmm. Square and Enix were Squaresoft and Enix. Bandai and Namco was Bandai and Namco. Tecmo Koei was Tecmo and Koei. And it would be fun. And now it's turning into like fucking Mad Men, right?
Yeah,
Where it's like
I was thinking
now
that earlier.
it's gonna be like Square. It's gonna be like Square Enix, Tecmo, and Koei. It's
Yeah.
something like that. Maybe. I mean, dude, that would be. Dude, I would love for those companies to do that if they felt like it was necessary to protect themselves that way, right? To say like, what's
Right.
Bandai Namco, Tecmo, Koei get together. Like, if that's going to mean that you're not going to be purchased by another outlet outside of Japan, let's keep them independent. Let's keep them Japanese. That's my preference. And by the way, I think there are laws in Japan that either make nearly impossible or literally impossible outside purchasing of companies. Some people have said that has been overturned recently, but it's not quite as easy as like we see here, where just mystery Chinese men come in and buy 10 million acres of farmland. We're like, we don't even never even heard of this person. I don't think that kind of shit's allowed in Japan. So we'll see what happens. Paul Sabo wrote in with a postscript. He says, "Sup guys, with Square selling Tomb Raider, what does this mean for the next game that was just announced? I assume they're working something out before it was public, but it raised the question of what happens to a game that is greenlit from one publisher but sold to another. The live show quality was way better than I imagined. Thank you, Paul, for writing in."
Thank you.
Tomb Raider continues, and I'm not entirely sure why it was announced that way. It could have been announced without anyone knowing. Remember that these deals are often only known by the board, some lawyers, people interacting, bankers, etc. If you're on the marketing team, even high up, you might not be privy to this shit at all, and you're just going ahead and being like, "We're announcing Tomb Raider." I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. I'm the manager of fucking marketing at Crystal Dynamics. I don't know anything about the merger, so
Yeah.
who knows why they announced it that way, but they did. And Tomb Raider will continue, and obviously that is the most valuable thing that was purchased in this. Although I question the ultimate value of Tomb Raider. I don't know that it has a long tail value, but I like that series, so we'll see. All right, guys, let's move on to number 2. The acquisition wars are heating up, and it appears the next target may very well be major publisher Ubisoft, based out of France and heavily headquartered in Canada. There are 2 stories here that build off of each other, so let's start with the first. Publication Bloomberg reported that Ubisoft is attracting takeover interest, not exactly unheard of in Ubisoft's world, wherein it was targeted for years for a hostile takeover by French rival Vivendi, one which ultimately failed. Bloomberg reports in part that, quote, several private equity firms, including Blackstone Inc. and KKR & Co., have been studying the French business. Ubisoft hasn't entered into any serious negotiations with potential acquirers, and it's unclear whether its major shareholders are willing to pursue a deal, end quote. In other words, these companies are willing to court Ubisoft instead of doing it the hard way, something probably necessarily not only because of the publisher's successful history in staving off hostile bids, but because a substantial portion of the company is owned by the Guillemot family, although that portion of the company doesn't make up anywhere close to a majority. Knowing that the company is a hot commodity, however, website Seeking Alpha reports that the Guillemot family, in turn, is going to work with its own private equity financing to attempt to purchase the company outright, conceivably bringing it private. So this is a story very much in flux, as is Ubisoft. Actually, it wouldn't be bringing it private, it already is. So this is a story very much in flux, as is Ubisoft itself, which has a number of hit games and a number of bleak projects as well. Franchises like Far Cry and are big sellers still, as is Assassin's Creed. Some Tom Clancy fare like Siege have long tails, and The Division has a future too. And obviously, Just Dance remains a casual staple. But games like 2020's Watch Dogs Legion sold fairly softly. Online titles like Hyperscape, also from 2020, failed completely. And while well received, it appears neither 2020's Immortals Phoenix Rising nor 2021's Riders Republic sold well. And their newest game, Rainbow Six Extraction, was a throwaway Game Pass title. Big upcoming games include Massive's Avatar game, some new Assassin's Creed titles, the confusing and likely ready to fail X Defiant, and others. I don't know that there's much to add here. I'll throw it over to you first, though, Dustin. Ubisoft's dealing again with this threat of a takeover. They are closely held by the Guillemot family. I think I'm looking up now. I think they own something like 15% of the company, but they control like 25% of the voting shares. And yeah, they are publicly traded. Okay, yeah, they're publicly traded on the French market, right? So what do you make of this, of the idea of Ubisoft getting softened up for a potential acquisition? And what I really want to talk about with this is just the complete heinousness of these private equity firms just hunting for a games publisher. There's nothing else to it. And I don't know. I like Ubisoft. Like I think we make fun of them a lot like we did earlier, but they make some games that I really enjoy. And I don't want them to fall into these shadowy hands that just there's such a thing as too much money. There's such a thing as too rich. I believe that. And BlackRock and these other Blackstone, whatever, it's like, fuck off. Like, what are you? You know, like, what are you?
Some ominous borderline evil shit. Where we're like,
it's like, why don't you name yourself Stormy Cloud or something like that? Anyway, Dustin, what do you have to say? Anything interesting?
Yeah, I'm curious if this, I mean, you said it was a hostile takeover, but in some ways...
No, the last one was a hostile takeover. This wouldn't be a hostile takeover necessarily.
So the Gilmonts are looking to potentially sell. So you got to wonder if this is a Bobby Kotick-like situation where we know that they are no stranger to a lot of legal issues and issues with mistreating their employees and scandals and stuff like that. And you look at the future of the things they're planning right now, like the, Assassin's Creed Infinity or whatever, and their failed NFT project with Quartz, and just a lot of uncertainty, I feel like, right now with Ubisoft, where their mainstays are no longer hitting the way they were, and their new things aren't necessarily exciting a lot of people. And so you got to wonder if they're like, we're kind of at the end of the road here, where we either make it and keep going, or we die, along with a million scandals along the way. And this could be our golden parachute out, but who knows?
Chris, what if X-Defined is put out by Blackstone Inc.?
Oh my God.
Does that make you excited to see that?
Dude, man, if I needed, as if I didn't need another reason not to play it. Dude, everything, look, I will admit, I don't know much about Blackstone, but what I do know is deeply concerning, and no, this would ruin the publisher entirely for me. Like, this is like one of those like hard lines where it's like, all right, well, bye,
see you
later. Sorry, it's like Splinter Cell. Damn, it's a shame. I'll catch you in 20 years when this changes. But
I'm reading now, by the way, in case you're curious. BlackRock and Blackstone are two different things. BlackRock is an American multinational investment management corporation founded in 1988 in New York City with assets of $10 trillion. $10 trillion. Blackstone, which is what is looking to invest in this, is a alternative investment management company in New York City founded in 1985, and it has $880 billion under its asset control. So it is conceivably 1/10 as evil as BlackRock.
Jesus Christ, man.
BlackRock has 18,400 employees. Blackstone has 3,165. So maybe less evil? I don't know.
Maybe ever so slightly.
Maybe stop with the black, like dark imagery, right? Like black cloud, dark skies. It's like, Comet Crash investment.
Yeah.
Although Comet Crash was a good PS3 game. All right. Let's see here. Let's move on to number 3. While we know that PlayStation Plus will receive a new 3-tiered structure beginning for most of the world in June, and while we know one of those tiers comes with so-called classic games spanning PS1, PS2, PS3, and PSP, we didn't yet have any indication what those games would actually be, other than being promised hundreds of them. Well, now we do have an idea, thanks to some old-fashioned PlayStation Network scraping as reported by Eurogamer, Gamatsu, and other sources. The first 3 games dug up seemingly for this new high-end PlayStation Plus tier all came from publisher Bandai Namco. The games in question are 1996's PS1 fighting game Tekken 2, 1999's PS1 puzzle game Mr. Driller, classic, and 2006's PSP game Ridge Racer 2, which is known in Japan as Ridge Racers 2, plural, which is how it's entered into the PSN. Then 2 of smaller British publisher Team 17's games were found, 1999's PS1 strategy game Worms Armageddon, and 2001's PS1 strategy game Worms World Party. I actually wrote here World Party, because I'm illiterate. Furthermore, game ratings from the Korean Games Rating Board in South Korea seem to have leaked at least 4 more games, all first party. PS1's Siphon Filter and Siphon Filter 2, released in 1999 and 2000 respectively, and PSP's Dark Mirror and Logan Shadow, Siphon Filter titles launched in 2006 and 2007 respectively. All 4 games are from Sony-owned Bend Studio. Interestingly, however, these ratings don't track all the Siphon Filter games, of which there were 6. There was a third numbered Siphon Filter game released on PS1 in 2001, while PS2 got a poorly received iteration in 2004 called The Omega Strain, both also from Bend. This news came on the back of other PlayStation Plus related leaks, including that all games on PSN costing $34 or higher will be required to have a 2-hour trial for high-end PS Plus subscribers, trials that will apparently be created by Sony itself. There was a lot of controversy there.
Yeah.
I must admit that we got a letter about this at Lilymo. I didn't really read it, but we had it, and then days later it leaked. Various sources had leaked that information. We didn't worry about it because our games are nowhere near the price point, so we're like, we don't really give a shit. But it obviously created a little bit of a storm because people were wondering, well, now publishers or developers have to put in resources to make this standalone vertical of the game. Then Sony apparently said, or might have leaked, that Sony is going to do it themselves, which is, I don't know how that's going to work, but we're not going to ever charge any $34 for one of our games.
Yeah.
So first of all, before I go into what we were asked about this, I'm curious. So Chris, do you like any of the games that were announced? Or do you have any allegiance to, let's see, the old Siphon Filter games or Worms, which people love, but I've never played the Worms games. And
I mean, I love Worms. It's always been a PC game to me. I wasn't even I mean, I know there was like an Xbox 360 arcade game, I think, that was Worms, but I had no idea that they were even on PS1 because I played them on my dinky little computer that had probably 12 megabytes of RAM. I think, I don't know. Tekken 2 is like one of my favorites from the PS1 generation. I love Tekken 2. I know Tekken 3 is like the one that everybody feels is superior, but there's something about Tekken 2 that I have a lot of nostalgia for. I think that intro song is awesome, and I played it a lot growing up. But these other ones, I don't know. I don't know if I care that much about Mr. Driller.
You'd be nice to Mr. Driller.
Yeah, God bless him. He tried. These I think Mr. Driller and Tekken 2 are also on the PS1 Classic, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I know Mr. Driller is. I don't know if Tekken 2 is, but I mean, this is not a bad first step, but I am curious about where the obvious ones are going to be. Like, are we going to get Metal Gear Solid? Are we going to get even maybe the original Crash games? Because you could argue like, hey, well, there's already the remakes. Like, why even bother with those? But it's like, I don't know. They are different. There is a reason to have those available, even if it's not necessarily something that isn't offered elsewhere on the platform. I do think even the vibe of those games compared to the new ones is completely different. I think it's important for game preservation to have those available. But I don't know. Nothing here aside from Tekken 2 catches my eye. But
Ridge
again,
Racer 2?
Yeah,
Ridge
Racer.
Still the best.
Oh, God.
Dustin, how about you? Anything here that strikes you? Do you want to go and partake in the old Siphon Filter games and potentially kill yourself?
Yeah, I've never played a Siphon Filter game, so I'm curious about them.
They were good for the time, but I don't know that they would. I don't know about those anymore. Yeah.
I was a big fan of Worms Armageddon on PC. That was like one of the first games I remember, like a real controller pass game that was like almost like a party game in that you could just pass the controller around and it was like eruptions when something crazy would happen and stuff like that. But I do want to say, as far as these game trials, I didn't get to talk about, obviously we didn't get to talk about any of this stuff last week because we didn't have a normal show, but I was just shocked by the amount of people that I think are respectable commentators in this space that were just completely wrong about the state of game trials in this industry. They're like, oh, look, PlayStation members are finally getting a taste of what PC players have had for years. And that's just blatantly not true. And not how, like, the way that PlayStation in these leaks, purportedly how they're going to do it, it's not like PC at all in what Steam does. For those of you who don't know, Steam, you have to buy a game. So you give Valve money and then you have either, I think, up to 2 hours you can play it, or within like, I think 2 weeks. It's either a week or 2 weeks. But if you surpass either one of those, you no longer have a chance to submit and ask for a refund. Now, I've seen varying reports of some people saying, well, I've never been denied a refund, so it's unlimited. But I also have seen people say on Reddit that there is a limit, that if Valve starts to think that you're abusing the system of the refunds, that they will eventually say no, and you will be stuck with that game. So no, Valve and Steam do not have a trial system like PlayStation. Whether or not you think it's a valuable part or something worth paying for, that's a completely different story. For me, personally, I think this is fucking awesome. There are so many games that I'm curious about that I will definitely check out for 2 hours. Like Lego Star Wars is a game that I like totally would check out a trial for. And for a consumer, as a consumer, it's great because 2 hours is definitely enough time to figure out if that's a game you want to buy or not. And I'm guessing in the case of Lego Star Wars, it's a game that I would play and then probably choose not to buy. But I'm guessing that there are going to be so many people that check out games and play the trial and then are like, hell yeah, this is awesome. And then promptly purchase the game. So it is, I guess, it's a double-edged sword, whether or not, someone might play your game and then decide they do want to buy it, or maybe they decide they don't. So really, I guess it kind of equals things out, but it's just as good as a consumer in order to just have that option. I know that some people don't like this idea of paying for it, of it being behind a tier. I don't know. Personally, I don't really have a problem with that.
I don't specifically because Sony is doing the work themselves, according to the leaks. Right. So it costs some money to do that because they're not just doing a timed thing. They're saying like make something special for each game. So to me, I'm like, it's not ideal. I would prefer they just did it the way Steam did it.
Sure.
That's fine with me.
Oh.
Like where, in my opinion, if they're just like, download the fucking game and play, if you really want a refund, just refund it after 90 minutes or 2 hours or whatever. Otherwise, you're done. Like that's just the path of least resistance for everybody, by the way, because there are a lot of people that are being like, fuck it, I already downloaded it, or fuck it, I already paid for it, or whatever. Like it just cuts off all the annoyingness, or at least a lot of it. In my opinion. I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I know that there is some work going on in Sony to do these things in a proprietary sense.
Reportedly.
Yeah. But there is something that does not sit well with me that you have to pay for a trial when we used to get demos for free. And I understand that these are different things. I understand. But functionally, a trial is a modern demo. That's functionally what we are getting out of this. And we have to pay for it. And the way that I'm thinking about it is, okay, you can either pay a subscription service to have access to a demo, or you could pay for a subscription service on a competitor's console that lets you play the entire fucking game. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where I'm looking at it, where it's like, if I'm paying for it, why wouldn't I just see if this game's on Game Pass and then get it on Game Pass?
That's so limited, though. I mean,
it is limited.
It's for every game that's going to be over $34. Like that's
you're totally right. I understand that there's a curation aspect to it as well, but at the same time, I can. There's something about paying for a demo that I don't think is ever going to go over well. Like I just don't think there's a way to make that palatable, even if there is obviously work being done from the first party angle to get these things out the door. I feel like it's going to be a hard sell for people. It's going to be appreciated that they're there, but I think I'm kind of with Colin, where it's like I would kind of just appreciate being able to just refund something after a specified amount of time based on the developer specifications. Like if it's something smaller, obviously the 2 hour thing won't apply. Some games you could speed run in like a minute, and or Gone Home you could finish I think in 2 minutes. So it wouldn't work so well with those games, but I feel like I would prefer the Steam system. But that's only speaking as somebody who's used it sparingly and hasn't had a problem with it. Like I've refunded a couple. Like I remember I refunded oh my god, what the hell was it? It was some game that like my friends begged me to play, and then I got it, and then they were like, "Oh, we're not playing that anymore." It's like, yeah, I thought so. So like I played it for like I think 30 minutes, and refunded it, and never had a problem with it. And it does feel like the path of least resistance in comparison to this. Possible, it's positive that we have demos. I just wish it was a little bit different than the way it's shaken up to be.
I guess the the two thoughts that I have about that is that I understand like the appeal of the Steam aspect of it. I guess in the times for me, I'm always paranoid about going over the amount of time. Like I wish that it was just like my ideal for this PlayStation version is that it just like once 2 hours hits, it's just like a screen comes up and is like, or it gives you a warning 5 minutes till, so you know to save or whatever. And then you don't even have to think about it. Cause like in other situations, I don't know if this has happened to me on Steam, but it's just like, fuck, I went over the time slightly, or I left the game running and I didn't realize. And now Steam has to keep my money and I keep the game. Maybe I don't actually want it or something like that. Mm-hmm. I think I also agree with you too about, I think I would way prefer this just to be something that is maybe on a lower tier of PlayStation Plus. Cause I'm with Colin that it's like, if they're putting in time, it's an extra service, then maybe it should be paid, maybe not at the highest tier. For me, I guess the way I'm thinking about it though, is that it's like most people are signing up for the ability to play these retro PlayStation games. So it's just like an extra bonus. So I'm kind of in the middle. Like part of me is like, yeah, we shouldn't. I don't like the fact that it's paid, but for me, signing up for the service mainly for the retro games, it's just like a nice bonus on there as well. So
one thing I want to put a finer point on is this notion of timing. And Boom Boom Washington wrote into us. By the way, do any of you know what that reference is?
No.
Boom Boom Washington?
No.
I'll be impressed if you do. It's a character in Freddie Boom Boom Washington is a character in Welcome Back, Kotter, one of the students in the classroom. So,
oh my God.
So nice reference.
I only know what that is because it's in a Weird Al song. I have no idea what the hell Welcome Back, Kotter is.
Welcome Back, Kotter was like a late 70s, early 80s sitcom about this school teacher that, like a comedy, like that he like goes away to college and then he comes back to his old Brooklyn neighborhood and like is a teacher in the old hood, speak like with all of his old like the kinds of guys he grew up with. And it's where John Travolta got his start as one of the
I did not know that. I only heard it in Weird Al's oh my God, that Eminem Lose Yourself song. He mentions it.
I don't even think I realized that. And I
that's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, Boom Boom Washington writes in and says, "Greetings from the North, gents." Wow, so you're Canadian and you even know that reference. Isn't it a little strange that we haven't heard more about the PlayStation Plus rollout so close to its release? I suspect things aren't moving as smoothly as we're being led to believe. As always, keep up the good work, lads. Without you, the week would be much, much longer. Thank you, Freddie Boom Boom Washington, for writing in. This strikes me a little bit like traditional Sony when they don't have very good things to say. And I'm not saying that the services are going to be bad by any means. I think people are going to find something fulfilling and interesting. I just think that like your barest expectations is what it's going to be. Like whatever your barest expectation of what this could possibly be and still function and work in some way is what it's going to be. And it reminds me a little bit of Vita with the memory cards in 2011 and how quiet they were about online functionality. Remember a lot of stuff. I kind of feel like they might even got sued over this, although I don't remember for sure. People can write in if they do, but there was some like inclination that like you could play games on the go with your Vita, like really play Call of Duty, like on the train and shit like that with a 3G connection and all this weird shit. And they just, none of it really came together until the very end. And it looked like they were hiding things. And I think they were hiding that the memory cards were expensive. They were hiding this, that, and the other thing. And this just strikes me as a similar marketing play where it's like, we don't really have very much to say about this right now. You're going to find that a lot of the stuff was already on PlayStation Now, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, a ton of shit is leaving PS Now. There's a whole list of things that are leaving the service in preparation for PlayStation. So it doesn't look very good right now. I think that they'd be wise to say more, but I think they're just waiting until they're closer. I don't know that now is the time you want to really like strike either and say like, here's what's coming to the service in 6 weeks. I think you want to start talking like when it's available, maybe, or right when it's about to be available. And what they should do, and it could be why they got rid of stacking with the cards, with PS Now and PS Plus cards, is that to court people to PlayStation Plus, the new tiers, they should just make them cheaper for a little while and just get people in that way. Just be like, sign up for a year at half cost or whatever and see how that works out for you. Boost the numbers. That's going to be a really important optical game for them and go from there. But as far as the games we were discussing, I mean, that's how we started this subject. It's like, I don't care about any of these games. And that's my whole thing, is that I don't understand people that are clamoring for this sort of thing. However, it's much more interesting when you go older than that for me, generally speaking. NES, SNES, Genesis, those games I want to play. I don't have any desire to play the polygonals. God help you guys when you play Siphon Filter. You know, like I don't know.
I'll give it a solid 30 to 40 minutes.
I want Duke Nukem Land of the Babes in 4K.
Hell yeah,
dude. High res, 2,000 frames a second. If you can do that, I'll be happy.
Dude, console games are like games in 3D space at that time. Oh, boy,
they're rough. But some of them were really amazing, and that's kind of that's kind of what you're hoping to get out of this, which is like probably not what you're going to get. You're probably going to get the ones where it's like, oh, why does Duke Nukem look like a box, and why is he fighting 6 foot tall rat people who are kidnapping Baywatch actresses? Like, what the fuck is this?
It's a time and place thing.
Yeah.
All right, this next one is for you, Dustin. Number 4. I think we can all agree that there was something seriously off about Balan Wonderland. Is it Wonderland or Wonderworld?
Wonderworld.
Wonderworld.
Why do I keep writing it as Wonderland? Why is that, you think?
Does it really matter?
The Square Enix Polish platformer launched to awful reviews in early 2021. The game was notable because it came from Yuji Naka, who helped bring Sonic the Hedgehog into the world during a decades-long tenure at Sega. That also netted directorial and production efforts on products ranging from Nights into Dreams and Sonic Adventure to Choo Choo Rocket and Samba de Amigo. He ultimately left Sega to found his own developer, Prope, which worked exclusively on iOS and Android efforts, as well as a few games for Nintendo on DS, 3DS, and Wii. With Balan Wonderworld, which Square Enix funded and even founded a Naka-run accompanying company to help create and sustain it, there was obviously more than met the eye. The game, by pretty much all accounts, is outright bad, and it just didn't make sense. And finally, Yuji Naka has spoken out about what's been going on, at least from his perspective. He starts out, according to a translation from website Video Games Chronicle, because this was all in Japanese, that he was fired off of the project about 6 months before it came out, so in late 2020. He goes on to say, quote, I believe that if they don't care about games nor their fans, Square Enix is a bad company, end quote. And says he was fired, according to internal documents, for 2 reasons. One was a trivial issue having to do with YouTube and a soundtrack song, but the other charge he levels is far more serious. Recalling that the game was largely made by externally by a Japanese for-hire team called Arzest, he writes in part, quote, the business relationship with Arzest fell apart due to my comments about Arzest submitting the final build without fixing bugs, even though there were problems during development, and I was pushing for further polish, end quote. He seems to place the blame for the game's tight deadline and an incomplete and poor end result on Noriyoshi Fujimoto, the producer, who has an extensive history at Square Enix as a producer on the Dragon Warrior franchise, particularly with its spin-offs, Dragon Quest. He goes on to state later on that he, quote, was banned from sharing and liking posts on social media sites, and so I do not believe that Square Enix is taking good care of their fans. There were so many kind comments and wonderful fan art of Balan Wonderworld, and I am sincerely sorry that I cannot support you. I am also truly sorry to the fans who bought and supported Balan Wonderworld. Moving forward, I can finally respond to you if you mention or tag me on social media, end quote. He concludes with the following, which I will read in full. Quote, I think it is completely fair to ask for game improvements, since we were the team making the game, and if we couldn't do that, we should have at least been able to discuss it. But it seems that we couldn't even do that. I genuinely don't believe Square Enix cares to support the game. For example, in Sonic the Hedgehog, 2 weeks before going gold, we changed the mechanics where if you had even a single ring, you would not die. Even up to the very end, we were still trying to improve the game, and I hope that everyone is still enjoying those games today. Game creators are supposed to improve their games until the very end, and I believe that it is wrong to prevent them from carrying out this goal. I asked my lawyer to negotiate with our business partners to at least allow me to address issues on Balan Wonderworld's development until the very end, but they ignored my requests, so I ultimately decided to file a lawsuit in court. It is because of this that Balan Wonderworld received all of the criticism and comments you all well know. It is quite unfortunate that a project I had spearheaded from the beginning would turn out this way. Personally, I believe that it is a true disgrace that Balan Wonderworld was released in the state that it was. I wanted to show the world an action game in its proper light. Therefore, I believe that Square Enix and Arzest are companies that care about neither games nor their fans, end quote. Pretty spicy stuff, even through translation.
Yeah.
Dustin, I got to know what you think about this. What do you think about Yuji Naka finally coming out? There was obviously something wrong with this game. mean, we said it from the very beginning. I just didn't. I thought it was him. Maybe it is. I mean, I don't know. This is his side, but
I think it still is him.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So I think that there is probably a lot of truth to what he said, but what's most interesting to me is that he's talking about how there were too many bugs in the final build and they wanted to fix bugs. I'll remind you and everybody that Balan Wonderworld is a platformer with no jump button. It's just one button. There is all the buttons, space buttons do the same thing in this game. And you, in order to like jump, you need to have a certain suit on. Like, and Chris's favorite, the reverse draw distance of characters.
That's so good. I love that.
The story that absolutely makes, I don't want to say it makes no sense, but is just truly baffling. Clearly, this game was misguided beyond any kind of bugs that were in that build, which I was trying to think in my playthrough if I ran into any bugs. It was just like bad design throughout the game. And so I don't know, this situation with Yuji Naka is really interesting. And he brings up about the fan art thing, about not being able to like fan art. And I think that there's like a legitimate legal reason why certain companies may want to do this. For example, friend of the show, Jimmy Champagne, told me about this, how he did a Halloween fan film. And there's a thing that sometimes like the creators of like, I think he told me that people that were involved with the new Halloween probably saw it, but they can't acknowledge it, because as soon as they acknowledge it, then there's a possibility that if they thought that they took something from one of these fan aspects, that those fans can then sue them. So there could be some justifiable action. I don't know, because other companies do like go balls to the wall and support fan art and stuff like that. So I don't really know fully.
Yeah,
we'd have to get Hoag's perspective on that. But
yeah, that sounds right to the letter, in the sense that Hoag always say, like, let's playing and streaming games is illegal. You know, like it's explicitly like something you're not supposed to be able to do. It's just that we all just kind of allow it. I think some companies, like, we make fun of Sony always putting the trademark and stuff after everything. It just looks so stupid. Like that really awesome Horizon Gorilla splash screen when you turn on Horizon Forbidden West, and then it's the awesome Gorilla logo on your beautiful OLED screen, but it has a goddamn registered trademark next to it. And it's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? We know, we get it. And Hoag would say, like, companies feel like they have to constantly express their rights towards these things to just constantly defend them in hypotheticals that they have to worry about it in the future. And I think some companies just don't worry about that, and then some companies worry about it a lot. And I think that answers your question about like why some companies are like, yeah, okay, fan art. We understand that we could fall down the rabbit hole. Like there could be a Shovel Knight fan art for like a future night, and maybe Yacht Club like incorporates a piece of it unknowingly. And then you have to kind of play it out. Like, are they really going to go after you? Are you really going to lose? Like, is it really going to be a big deal? Some of these big companies think so, and maybe they're right.
Yeah,
I don't know. Chris, do you have anything to add before we move on?
Oh no, I only that. Yeah, I don't imagine that bug fixes were the only problem. I'm sure maybe that would have fixed the reverse draw distance and stuff like that, but I don't. Everything that was weird and bad about that game was purely design oriented. Like, it was from the ground up. Like a game, an action game in its proper light is a game with one button. Like, how? Like, what is that? What were you? I don't know what he was trying to do, and this doesn't really shed any more light on that. You know what I mean? Like, I was kind of hoping, like, when news broke about Balan Wonderworld and there was like some drama behind the scenes, I was kind of hoping that maybe there would be something from Yuji Naka, or like a statement where he outlined more clearly what his intentions were. You know, like, what was this game supposed to be from his perspective, and what did it end up as, because he was unable to work in the last 6 months. But, you know, the last 6 months of a game's development cycle, that's polish time.
Right.
Yeah.
That's like implementing final features, maybe like, and you know, bug fixes and making sure characters don't unrender when you approach them. You know, like that's that's what the final 6 months of a game is. Sure, they're still making stuff for it. They're still making content constantly, but core design is done way before that. That is the skeleton of a game. And if you're at the 6-month deadline to release and your skeleton has problems, that's not on them at that point, man. That's your design. So it comes across it comes across to me like he's not willing to take responsibility. I don't know what the case is. I'm sure there's like translation errors in this too that maybe give off a different vibe than maybe what was intended. But to me, it just feels like I made a bad game. People didn't receive it well. And because I had this strife with the team, I kind of feel justified in kind of throwing them under the bus. Where it's like, well, it's your game. So
right.
Maybe calm down a little bit. I'm curious. I'm curious if we'll ever hear the other side of this, but probably not. Yeah. Honestly, not for a while.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just have one last comment. I'm still accepting funds for the Balan Wonderworld relocation program, aka the back of my set. So if you have any copies or if you see any surely these games are going to be in stacks in clearance bins. And I love this idea of seeing how many I can accumulate. So let me know. DM me on Twitter. I'll give you my P.O. box. And you can donate as many copies of Balan Wonderworld. Let's see how many we can get.
Play Jenga with them.
Yeah.
Well, I will say just two closing things. Number one, This is another example in the ongoing saga of annoyance between cultural divides. We just don't have the impertinent connections or understandings of what's going on at some of these companies in Japan to know the details and garner them. This would be a huge story if we had more access to it, because it's really interesting. Yuji Naka was the programmer of the original Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, it's an important thing, but his kind of rise and fall has been more interesting. I mean, he left Sega a long time ago, so this was kind of his way to get back in. The other thing I want to say is that he kind of throws Arzest under the bus, which is a just Japanese for hire studio. This lays at the feet of Square Enix, I think. These guys had no business making this game. Like, they've never made a console game, nonetheless. I don't know, like what this is what happens when you just skimp around and don't invest the appropriate amounts of money. So I do agree with the notion that Square Enix deserves some of the blame here.
Yeah.
Along with Yuji Naka and all of this. It's just an unholy alliance. If you want him to make a proper 3D platformer in the spirit of what he's known for, then you can't have the team that did fucking character modeling for these various games and makes iOS games and worked on some 3DS shit. Like, I'm no offense to them, that's fine, but that's not. Balan Wonderworld was pitched as a AAA platformer. I remember.
There's a power up that turns you into a box for no reason at random intervals.
Oh yeah, dude.
That's not a bug.
That's fun. That's what the fun's all about in the Balan Wonderworld.
Yeah.
All right. Number 5. The Prince of Persia remake that was announced several years ago is still likely several years away, if a brief release from publisher Ubisoft is any indication. As broadcast on its various social media feeds, the game, first revealed in 2020 for an early 2021 release, now has an all-new developer. Originally spearheaded by 2 Ubisoft teams in India, Ubisoft Pune and Ubisoft Mumbai, known primarily for their porting and support work, the game has been moved from they have been removed from the project, and in their place enters a much better team, Ubisoft Montreal. Ubisoft Montreal is, of course, the original team behind not only Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, launched on PS2 in 2003, but its follow-ups as well, 2004's Warrior Within and 2005's The Two Thrones. The ill-fated Hyperscape and Rainbow Six Extraction were both headed up by Ubisoft Montreal, yes, but so too was Far Cry 3, 4, 5, New Dawn and Primal, Watch Dogs 1 and 2, For Honor, and others. Part of the release reads that Ubisoft Montreal, quote, will now take the time they need to regroup on the scope of the game to deliver you the best experience for this remake of an all-time classic when it's ready, end quote. Prince of Persia, which began life as a late 80s PC side-scroller from once renowned team Broderbund, hasn't seen a proper release in years. Most would identify The Forgotten Sands, launched on PS3 in 2010, as the last Prince of Persia game of consequence, and it was indeed developed by none other than Ubisoft Montreal. Ubisoft acquired the IP outright upon the sale of Broderbund and its associated learning company to Ubisoft about 2 decades ago. I don't know what to say about this. I don't know why Ubisoft is having such trouble getting certain games out. Skull and Bones is another one. Actually, footage of that recently leaked. That game has been in development forever. It actually looks really good. I don't know what exactly they're sitting on it for. Remember, the skeleton of that game, not to pardon the pun because it's called Skull and Bones, but that comes from Assassin's Creed 3. I mean, like that whole idea, it's like, get it out already. What are you doing?
Was
and then,
it
of
3?
course, yeah, because that was when the ship combat was introduced. And then they
oh yeah, you're right, because then they fleshed it out in Black Flag
and Black Flag, etc. So that was the whole idea. And so I don't know what's going on there. You have Beyond Good and Evil 2. That is just, who the hell knows what's going on with that game. And then they have some really ill-conceived games like Hyperscape. Ubisoft seems a little unsteady right now because I really believe in some of their stuff. And of course, they can always rely on Assassin's Creed and all of this. But Chris, let's go to you first. How are you feeling about the Prince of Persia remake? Is this something you wanted to play to begin with?
Not really. Like, I don't have an extensive history with Prince of Persia. It's one of those games where, like, I think about it and I can't remember if I played it or if I've seen it a lot. Like, it's in that weird territory or at that age where I don't think I was paying that much attention. But I know of it. I knew friends that had it. I knew people that played it. But it never really grabbed my attention in any real way. It was just like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll play it one day. And I never did. I just think it's interesting that Assassin's Creed is built off of the bones of Prince of Persia. Like that's what Assassin's Creed is. So to me, it's like it's kind of interesting that they're even doing this in the first place, because it's almost like it's not a retcon, but it has that energy about it where it's like, oh, let's redo the thing we gave up on. It's a little funny, and I don't know. I don't know how a game like this is taking this long. Because if it's a remake, surely so much of the work is already done for you. Surely
the design is done.
Yeah, the design is done. If you're trying to expand the scope of it, that's even better, because then you're not even restricted by the restraints of a strict redesign or a strict remake. You could just be like, oh, hey, this is like, if this is like a remake born of the concept of the original, and we can expand outwards, that's even more exciting and even more creatively freeing for you, because now you can do more with what was there, and now the foundational piece of material that you're working off of acts as like a blueprint for expanding it further. But I don't know what the scope of this game is. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's a full-on remake. If it's a full-on remake, then it shouldn't be taking this long, and if it's an expanded scope, it shouldn't take that much time either, because it's still ultimately just Prince of Persia. You're not making like Grand Theft Auto 5. This isn't like an open world like romp where you're expecting to see like 4K textures every square inch of this 5-mile wide play space. You know, it's a linear game from the 2000s. Just do it. It's very bizarre.
I find it more bizarre. I don't think I realized this when the game was announced. And I'll throw it over to you, Dustin, is I don't realize that they just gave this to like 2 Ubisoft studios that like aren't up to the task. No offense. Mm-hmm. There's not untold game development talent in India right now, because it's an underdeveloped country in terms of its relation to the games industry. It's going to take time to be able to build a team that can take on a project like this. It's not like Poland or some of these other places that seem to have just had like a very early weird heritage with games where, you know, you can't just, these guys are working on contract work and working much cheaper than a lot of their compatriots around at other Ubisoft studios. They're learning and they're figuring things out, and they're slowly nurturing talent and a tradition. And you can't just give them something like this that like they failed. Then what does that mean for them? I always wonder about that as games move around. I just feel like that's a flippant decision. It didn't have to go to Ubisoft Montreal, like one of their pinnacle studios, but it just could have gone to someone else that wasn't known for making fucking assets for years or something like that. I'm confused about that. But what do you think about this?
Yeah, this seems like a situation where a studio, I don't know, maybe they pitched it and said, please, look, we've got this prototype for a remake of this, you know, classic game that people love. And maybe it was decided they would give them a shot. And clearly it hasn't worked out. I mean, when we saw this game, what was it, last summer? It looked pretty rough. And at least I feel like I had a lot of skepticism behind it, just because it was like, man, this is what you're showing for this big remake. Like, man, it looks like it's got a long way to go. I don't have any personal connection to Prince of Persia. I know that a lot of people do. Wasn't there was a live action movie with this? With
there was.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yes.
Wasn't that like Disney tied to that or something?
I don't know. I'll look it up.
But anyway, obviously a huge IP. It's good at least that they're taking the time and saying like, yeah, we got to make sure we get this right. It kind of reminds me of the situation with Square Enix and Final Fantasy VII Remake, where it's like, why would you even give this to these teams in the first place? Like, clearly this is going to be a very important game for your brand. It should have the care and attention that it needs. And so I'm wondering how much work that they're going to have to redo or scrap or whatever, but at least now it's seemingly going to get done right.
It was a Disney movie, very well remembered.
Isn't that weird?
May 2010.
That is really weird.
It made $336 million at the box office. That's pretty crazy. It didn't get a sequel. That's surprising.
Jake Gyllenhaal, the Prince of Persia.
In a 2019 interview with Yahoo Entertainment, Gyllenhaal expressed his regret with the film. I think I learned a lot from that movie, and that I spend a lot of time trying to be very thoughtful about the roles that I pick and why I'm picking them. And you're bound to slip up and be like, that wasn't right for me, or that didn't fit perfectly. There have been a number of roles like that, and then a number of roles that do. All right, well, you made your money anyway. Thanks, Jake, for shitting all over it. Number 6. In recent days, Sony quietly made an acquisition that may help fuel its quest for success in the realm of games as a service. As reported by website TechCrunch, a platform called AccelByte has received $60 million in a new round of funding, with part of that money coming from Sony. Unfortunately, 2 Chinese companies, Tencent and NetEase, were also in on the same round of funding. What is AccelByte? According to TechCrunch, quote, AccelByte's platform enables developers to build, scale, and operate live service games across the platform experience loop, including lobby, friends, matchmaking, cloud progression, achievements, season pass, launcher, and patcher, and more. The Seattle headquartered startup will use the money to enhance the back-end platform for games creators and support the continued development of the tools to operate AAA quality like service games at scale. Importantly, quote, its platform is game engine agnostic with Unreal and Unity SDKs available and support for cross-platform play across PC, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, iOS, and Android, end quote. TechCrunch compares Sony's funding of this platform to the in-house support of 2 of its rivals already shown to the vertical. I'm sorry, let me start that again. TechCrunch compares Sony's funding of this platform to the in-house support. 2 of its rivals already show their own verticals that do the same thing. Microsoft's PlayFab and Amazon's GameSparks, both acquired by those respective companies in 2018 in pursuit of a similar goal. Why is this relevant for Sacred Symbols? Well, this goes to show Sony really is chasing the carrot at the end of the free-to-play and game-as-a-service stick, and the promise of 10 of these types of games, published by Sony no later than 2026, is a serious pursuit. I don't know if there's much more to say about this other than that they're serious.
Yeah.
And I like seeing Sony making a lot of investments. They're just dipping money into lots of different things. You don't gotta get crazy and buy AccelByte outright. I think they kind of learned that lesson in some way, maybe even with the Gaikai acquisition, which helped launch PlayStation Now, but they might have been like, we didn't really need to buy them. Like, we could have invested in it or shown interest in it and gotten in early. And that's what I think they're doing with a lot of these different rounds. So I won't even throw this one over to you. I just wanted to add that one into the soup. Number 7. According to a report from acclaimed games leaker Tom Henderson over at the publication Xputer, it appears that aforementioned 2K games, owned by Take-Two Interactive, is preparing to enter the Rocket League space with a head-to-head competitor that is currently known internally as Gravity Goal. Apparently created with the explicit purpose of at least peeling some of Rocket League's players off, the game, quote, allows players to drive Tron-like bikes rather than cars. The goal of the game seems to be just like with Rocket League, where matches consist of 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3. Players need to score by hitting a ball with their vehicle into the back of a goal by using their vehicles. One slight difference with how Gravity Goal works compared to Rocket League is with the addition of discs that players can use to throw at the opposing team's vehicles and cause damage, end quote. Henderson claims that Gravity Goal was already in closed alpha in late 2021, so we can see more, including a potential closed or open beta in the coming months. It's apparently not a last-gen game, thankfully, and will come only to current-gen consoles, including PlayStation 5. Whether or not Gravity Goal can compete with Rocket League is one thing, but it may be worth trying regardless. The game came to PS4 and PC in the summer of 2015, a sequel to the obscure PlayStation 3 game, Supersonic Acrobatic Rocket-Powered Battle Cars, and in 2020, it became free-to-play. It retains millions of players and a constant flow of updates, DLC, and more, and the once obscure San Diego-based Team Psyonix was purchased outright by Epic Games in 2019. Once known for contract work above all else, the success of Rocket League allowed Psyonix to walk away from its all-for-hire work, including Nosgoth, a multiplayer game it was developing for Square Enix as a spin-off to Legacy of Kain, one which never left early access before being canceled in 2016. Chris, I'm curious what you think of this. Do you think that Rocket League has no competitors? It is true.
No.
And it is interesting to note that you can look at the landscape and some canny person can be like, why don't we try this? It's kind of what I say with, to a much lesser degree, but it's what I say with Sony and going at Nintendo in the handheld space. It's like, well, no one else is. Like, someone's got to do it. So Take-Two has the money and the wherewithal to try, and their game might be called Gravity Goal. What do you think? Do you think Rocket League could lose to this thing?
I don't think so, purely because I do think the idea of a game like this being exclusive to next generation consoles isn't necessarily the best move. I don't know what a game like Rocket League has to really gain from being exclusive to next gen hardware. I feel like games like Resident Evil and God of War, I feel like these are games that have more to gain. Things like Red Dead Redemption and like open world games that actually allow the game to take use of the power that's available to them in these machines. I think they have more to gain from becoming exclusively next gen than smaller arcade games, because there's no way that even if this game does end up being a PlayStation 5 kind of next generation exclusive, I think we all know that that game could run on a PS4 or like an Xbox One. Like, there's no way there's no way a Rocket League competitor isn't going to be able to run on those platforms. So I think locking yourself out of that, where Rocket League is already very popular, does put you at a very distinct disadvantage if that is your goal, to peel players out. But I do think it is wise to get into this kind of weird genre that people really like and appreciate, which is this weird combination of vehicles and sports. I don't think we've gotten really anything quite like Rocket League in a long time. And I think, the bike angle is interesting. I think, the Tron aspect of it is cool. I don't know. If any studio is going to do it, you might as well just get out and do it now. Because I do think there is a genre just sitting there that has not been developed at all. And it would be wise to maybe get the ball rolling on that.
Competitive free-to-play sport is wide open on the console space. Now, I know that there's stuff on mobile and all that. It's like, this is why I'm so fascinated by eFootball with Konami, is because I just feel like, yes, like this is good. I want to see a free-to-play NFL game. I want to see I want to just see what happens when the comfortable license games that just sell because of their name every year have to actually fight. And the last time that happened, of course, EA reacted by acquiring the NFL license for itself. NFL 2K5 was infamous, or famous rather. It wasn't infamous. It was famous because it was $20, as people might remember. And it actually outsold Madden that year. And EA freaked out. And that was the end of any other NFL games from Sega after that. And so I like the idea of them being pinched in these different ways. And I will say this, I'll take the W on this, is because I probably haven't mentioned it in a while, but I must pat my back on it once in a while, is I saw Rocket League early and I knew that game was going to be big. And I saw it up the first PlayStation experience in 2014. My good friend, who is the founder of Podcast Beyond, Jeremy Dunham, is now the VP there, but he was working there and he showed us the game. And I was like, I played it. And I was like, this game is fucking awesome. I can't believe you guys are tucked into this little corner, like at a table, for probably like $500. This game is awesome. And lo and behold, I mean, they had a huge hit on their hands with Rocket League. I liked it. I played it for like a couple weeks. I'm not good enough to play online. I just played against the computer. Dustin, what do you think about this? Do you think that it's time for Rocket League to get taken on in this weird space that they kind of invented? So you kind of come into it a little bit shameless, but that's the way it goes. Like, That's how it, great artists steal.
Yeah, it's funny, Colin, you mentioned about playing Rocket League. This is a game that I forgot that I was kind of into for a period. That this is one of the rare Dustin Furman platinums is Rocket League. I sometimes forget that I even got it, but I'm like you, Colin.
I didn't get. By the way, I didn't get that because you have to drive like 10,000 miles or something like that. And I was like, I'm not.
I grinded that out at the end, I think. But I think I may have done the thing where you like rubber band your controller and then just go in like a practice mode and then just let it sit overnight or whatever.
Right on.
But anyway, it's my gut reaction to this is that it is too late. But then I realized I was thinking about it and I was like, man, PUBG was clearly the market leader in Battle Royale. And look at what happened, which I guess it wasn't established for that long before Fortnite came in. But so, yeah, I mean, who knows? Surely it sounds like they're bringing some new mechanics into this, and that the thought of it being more Tron-esque is very appealing to me just because I love that aesthetic. So, yeah, I mean, try it out. It may be a swing and a miss and completely do nothing, but if it adds competition to this space, then surely it will make Rocket League better as well in order to try to compete for people's time and money.
I would just add as we move on, if I were to watch out, if I were to be a competitor and I were to watch out for one publisher in this space, it would be Take-Two. They've constructed Grand Theft Auto Online, which is, I mean, they're going to try to replicate that as everyone else is internally as well. And they know what they're doing. So I don't think Rocket League has much to fear, but I wouldn't be surprised if this thing picked up, because at the very least, it's as you kind of said, once you create a genre, even if there's nothing else that's as good, people are still going to want something else regardless. We have that with the NFL, with like the spring football leagues that are popping up. It's like people just want something. They'll watch worse football to watch football, right? Like they'll do it. So we'll see what happens. All right, number 8. Because of episode 200, we're very late in reporting this, but let's go over the MPD numbers for March of 2022. As always, this data represents game software and hardware sales in America across all channels, including digital storefronts, and March's numbers don't paint an awesome picture for Sony, at least when it comes to consoles. Supply constrained worse than it even expected, PlayStation 5 was outsold by both Switch and Xbox Series X and S for the month. Indeed, the industry itself might be settling into a new post-pandemic normal in which consumers are spending less, even though demand remains very high. Not surprisingly, the best-selling game of the month was Elden Ring, followed by Gran Turismo 7 at 2, MLB The Show 22 at 4, Horizon Forbidden West at 5, WWE 2K22 at 7, Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin at 10, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands at 11, and Ghostwire Tokyo at 12. As you can see, Sony is doing very well in the software realm, with 3 of the top 5 games sold in the United States exclusive to its consoles. It's important to note the MLB The Show 22 sales do not count Xbox sales at all, not Game Pass, not anything. So that's why it's safe to say that. Let's see here. Gran Turismo 7 itself set an all-time record for the franchise, dating back to the PS1 era, making more money than any Gran Turismo game before it in its launch month, and already notching as the 4th best-selling game of the year. If you count only PlayStation games, these were the 10 best-selling games in America in March in order. Elden Ring, Gran Turismo 7, MLB The Show 22, Horizon Forbidden West, WWE 2K22, Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, Call of Duty Vanguard, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, Miles Morales, and Ghostwire Tokyo. Elden Ring is the best-selling game in America for 2022 so far, with Horizon at 3, GT7 at 4, as we noted, MLB The Show 22 at 11, Miles Morales at 13, and God of War at 16. Call of Duty Vanguard remains the best-selling game of the last 12 cumulative months, although Elden Ring, after less than 2 months, is already number 2 on that list. Can you fucking believe that? So cumulative last 12 months, with Elden Ring having only been sold for 2 months, is already number 2. Insane. On that list.
They need an easy mode though in order to reach people. Remember, they gotta adapt. They gotta change.
MLB The Show 21, interestingly, is number 10 on that list. While Game of the Year 2021, Far Cry 6 is at 6. All right, so boys, I want to just say, and we said this when they announced the PlayStation digital sales, which we went through on episode 199. I think this list reflects that a lot. Just wanted to enter this into the record, but I like this. Finally, I feel like this is one of the only interesting months I've ever seen since we started Sacred Symbols, where it's not just fart noise, wet fart noise, shit your pants noise, and then some good stuff. Like it's at least different kinds of games. People are exploring a little bit. Of course, no Call of Duty at number 1, and seeing a game like Ghostwire make the top 10, and Strangers of Paradise seems to be selling pretty well. All the rest, Tiny Tina's Wonderland. So there's that. However, there is a catch. Dale Cataracho wrote in, said, "Howdy guys. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger stated in a recent interview that the semiconductor shortage will drift into 2024. How wild is it that the chip shortage is seeping into 2024 at this point? At this rate, the first 4 years of the PS5 could be plagued by these issues. With no end in sight, it could stretch into the halfway point of the console's life cycle. How much money do you think Sony is leaving on the table right now in terms of projected hardware and software sales? There have to be several million what ifs associated with if only we can keep up for demand with the PS5, right? And does a slower than planned start to the generation hurt or help the outlook for the rest of the life of the PS5? Thanks for everything you guys do. I can't imagine how my commute and work days would be without LSM." Thank you, Dale, for your kind words. I'll say this, like, first of all, Sony is probably shitting bricks about this, because it's not that they're worried about survival. It's that they're just saying, like, Jesus, timing is everything. I mean, we're going to eventually have plenty of PS5s. We need to have plenty of PS5s right now. And there actually is a little bit of a klaxon sounding, because Satya over at Microsoft, their CEO, has said firmly, he's like, we are cutting into this market. Like, we are gaining market share with Xbox Series X, which is not something that they could say with Xbox One. They were losing market share. They were losing market share for the last part of the Xbox 360 generation. So Sony is losing both materially and actually, because I think it's important to realize that once you're committed to one of these, as I say over and over again, once you're committed to one of these ecosystems, it's just going to become likely that you stay there. And the more you stay there, the more likely you're going to stay there. You have to win these people. There are certain people that will not buy anything but PlayStation or anything but Xbox. And those squishy people in the middle, you're losing them. And just like elections, that's who you win with. So, Chris, what do you think about this idea of Sony being supply constrained into 2024 potentially? They've already, by the way, had to cut their numbers this year twice. So who knows if they're even going to reach their goals?
Yeah, I mean, Dale asks, does a slower than planned start of the generation hurt or help the outlook? It definitely doesn't help. You know, this is not the ideal situation for anybody. I remember we were talking initially, Colin, about whether or not this console should even release the year that it came out. And I think looking back on it, it's probably good that they did, because it's very clear that this was not something that was going to go away the next year anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And they got out ahead of it, essentially, or as ahead of it as they could have, given everything that was going on. And I think, you know, this is a battleground, and you know, Xbox is kind of growing a lot, and it must be incredibly infuriating to know how much demand there is for something and just not be able to facilitate it to the point where those people just go elsewhere. I was at Walmart the other day, just picking up groceries, just because it's like the biggest place around us, and I needed some cables and stuff as well. And I just meander over to the game section like I kind of always do, because it's just fun to be in there. And there's no PS5s available, and there was one Series S. And I saw somebody grab it. So like, it's people are buying these machines, man, and it really is about availability. And I wouldn't be surprised if that Walmart hadn't had a PS5 stock in a while, and that was probably like one of many stockpiles of Series S's that they probably got rid of in that same month. You know, so it's not ideal for them to not be able to meet demand, and it's going to shape the way this generation shakes out for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. I would also say I don't care about these companies' finances apart from what it allows us to get in terms of future products and future games. Yeah, so you want them to make money and do well so that they make that money and are able to invest it.
Yeah, they're all fine.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit about any of that, though. And I say that only as a prelude or a preface to this fact that not only are they not able to get the consoles out, but they're not able to make the amount of money that they wanted to on the consoles either. They're literally shipping these things on container ships that cost 5 times more than when the PS5 came out now. They're flying these things out of China on fucking 747s to get them into certain markets. They're eating shit getting these things out of China. It's fucked. And it's just, it makes me happy that there are real silicon-based investments happening in the United States and elsewhere where hopefully in the future, maybe even by the end of PS5's life cycle, we could make PS5s here. Like and have a whole new pipeline. Like, why do all the PS5s have to come from one place? I think people are realizing, or not people, but entities, countries, companies, etc., that we are way too reliant on a very specific part of the world for all of our shit, and we can't sustain this anymore, and it's fucking everything up. There are entire tracks, like test tracks in Michigan, full of cars because they don't have the silicon to put into them. They're done, right? Mm-hmm. Like thousands of them. And they're laying off or furloughing workers and doing all that. It's just goes so far beyond video games. The absolute insatiable demand for silicon. And I don't know. It's just weird that they don't seem like, it doesn't seem like there's a good solution somehow to satiate this demand, other than like what Moore's Law always says, which is like getting the wafers way thinner and getting way more out of them and doing all. It's like, man, I don't know. It's just yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What I was gonna just suggest, because I don't know if I really have much to add as far as this situation that you guys haven't said, but if you guys are curious about how complicated it is to make computer chips, there's a great video from basically like the biggest tech channel on YouTube, Linus Tech Tips, where if you search Intel Fab Tour, where they did a tour of an Intel facility where they make CPUs. It's insane. Like it's a lot of people are like, why don't they just build more factories to make these chips? And it's like, yeah, these factories take literally years and years and billions of dollars of investment in order to make. And so I highly recommend this video. It's so cool too, because they're going around this factory, but a lot of it is trade secrets. So there's like all this shit blurred out as they're walking around. And it's like, they got to be careful when they're close to certain machines, because any like micro movement inside could like slightly screw up in a giant wafer that would have like tons of CPUs. Really interesting process. And it's what's curious to me about it is that obviously this shortage kicked off because of COVID, but I'm just curious if, if there would be a problem even without COVID, just because there's constantly more and more devices need these types of chips, that I'm curious about what exactly happened there. But who knows? Obviously, there's a lot of things screwed up, like you said, also with like the shipping and shit like that. It's just,
it's all screwed up. If you listen to some of these nerdy ass shows that I listen to that get into some of this stuff, they're talking about it like it's just never going to be solved. It's never going to be solved like in a reasonable way, like the shipping problems and the shipping costs and all the semantics of it. Everything was laid to bear during the pandemic in economic terms, in real economic terms. We saw how things can buckle and break really quickly. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's helped fuel all my post-apocalyptic stories that I like to write. Okay. Number 9, we're very late on this, but it's time to talk about PlayStation Plus's free games for May, which you can download as of the time this podcast publishes, free of charge, so long as you're current PS Plus subscriber. I cannot read today as usual. The biggest game of the monthly batch is no doubt FIFA 22 on both PS4 and PS5, launched in the fall of 2021. The new FIFA game is still months away, and so this is a great deal, especially as we lead into the World Cup later this year. Also across PS4 and PS5 is Tribes of Midgard, the co-op-centric ARPG launched on PS4 and PS5 last summer via Norsefell Games and publisher Gearbox. There's, by the way, another Embracer game in one of these services. As I say, they're just going to slowly scrape money out of these things. Finally, over on PlayStation 4 only is Curse of the Dead Gods, a so-called skill-based single-player roguelike from developer Past Tech and publisher Focus Home Interactive. These games are available on PS Plus until June 6th. Let's also take a moment to acknowledge PlayStation Now's new additions, noting that this is the last time the service will get new games before it's folded into PlayStation Plus. At the top of the heap is the fighting game Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, developed by CyberConnect 2 and publisher Bandai Namco and launched on PS4 in 2016. 2018 3D fighter Soul Calibur 6, also from Bandai Namco, joins the fray, as does 2D Souls and Castlevania-like Blasphemous, released on PS4 in 2009 via the developer The Game Kitchen. By the way, I want to get back to that game. I started that game. A lot of people have recommended me that game. It's supposed to be very good. Also worth noting is that more than 50 games are leaving PlayStation Now at various points this month, as we noted earlier in the show, so keep an eye out. Some games leaving the service include Metal Gear Solid 5 and its Ground Zeroes Prelude, Sonic Mania, Team Sonic Racing, Valkyria Chronicles Remastered, Castlevania Lords of Shadow, Catherine, Virtua Fighter 5, Yakuza 4, Yakuza 5, and more. So obviously, Konami and Sega are running away. A little bit of Bandai Namco maybe in there too. No, Bandai Namco. Okay. And finally, number 10 is a wrap-up. The official PlayStation blog reports music-based twin-stick shooter Soundfall comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point this spring. This game looks really cool. Ethereal game XO1 comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point this summer, and both top-down stealth action game Justice Sucks and free-to-play life sim game Disney Dreamlight Valley comes to PS4 and PS5 later this year. Website Gamatsu reports visual novel Mothman 1966 comes to PS4 on July 14th. Brawler River City Saga 3 Kingdoms, yay, comes to PS4 on July 21st. Can't wait. Souls-like RPG Thymesia, I don't know, comes to PlayStation 5 on August 9th. Side-scrolling RPGs, actually, Fallen Legion Rise to Glory and Fallen Legion Revenants comes to PS5 on August 23rd. Those are already on PS4 and I think Vita. Action RPG The Night Witch and what does this say? Action RPG The Night Witch and side-scrolling action game Running on Magic come to PS4 and PS5 by the end of 2022. I'm having like a stroke or something. Action RPG Dark Envoy comes to PS4 by the end of 2022. Third-person shooter Glitchbusters Stuck on you.
Oh.
Comes to PS4 in an undetermined point in the future, and FPS War Stride challenges, puzzle game Naru The Forgotten Lands, and first-person action game Blacktail all come to PlayStation 5 at an undetermined point in the future. The website also reports racing title MX vs. ATV Legends on PS4 and PS5 has been delayed from May 24th until June 28th. Website Push Square reports Wipeout Like Racer Redout 2 comes to both PS4 and PS5 on May 26th. Tennis game Matchpoint Tennis Championships comes to PS4 and PS5 on July 7th. JRPG Chained Echoes, which looks awesome if you want to go check that out, comes to PlayStation 4 at the end of 2022. Battle Royale Off the Grid comes to PS5 at some point in 2023. So-called historical survival game The Medieval Dynasty comes to PSVR 2 at an undetermined point in the future. And both free-to-play kart racer Disney Speedstorm and quiz game Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader comes to PS4 and PS5 at an undetermined point in the future. The website also reports some new sales figures for various games. 2021's Tales of Arise from publisher and developer Bandai Namco has surpassed 2 million copies sold. Capcom-centered action game Devil May Cry 5, launched in 2009, has surpassed 5 million copies sold. And Dying Light 5, which I really mean 2, released earlier this year, has surpassed 5 million copies sold. And finally, Gearbox and 2K have revealed a new season of Tales of the Borderlands en route to PS4 and PS5 later this year. That was announced right after we recorded 199. So now the record is caught up. Thank God.
Dying Light 5, man.
Dying Light 5, can't wait.
Yeah.
It's time, boys, as we always do, to end our show with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience on Patreon over at patreon.com/laststandmedia. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you for being there with us. We already read one of them earlier, so we have 5 left, and we'll start with KBR Sports, who says, "Hey guys, Reggie Fils-Aimé is currently doing the press tour for his book. Just curious if you all have thoughts about having him on, and also, normally when conversations happen discussing platforms, PlayStation and Xbox are always compared. Why is Nintendo always regarded as the odd one out platform? They make quality just as much as other platforms and have been around the longest, so wouldn't they technically be the standard? Curious for your thoughts on both questions. Stay blessed, all of you." Thank you, KBR Sports, for writing in. I have noticed this, Dustin. Reggie is doing his rounds. I do want to read his book, which I kind of was blindsided by. I didn't really even know that was happening. I don't follow him or anything, so I guess I just kind of have missed it, but he's an interesting guy. I saw him on he's doing various interviews. Nothing that's really notable for our show. He's talking a lot, obviously, about Nintendo. But are you interested in reading this book? Should we try to have him on the show? And why is Nintendo considered the standard? I think I have answers for that, but I'm curious what you think.
I think there would be an interesting angle for Reggie on this show to talk about competing with PlayStation, because surely, I mean, Nintendo and Sony have a very storied and contentious relationship throughout the years. So that could be an interesting angle. It'd be cool to see if that would be possible. But and also, I definitely want to read the book. I am a sucker for video game books like that. I still need to read the Kojima book as well.
Yeah, I bought that, but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, I want to read that. As far as Nintendo, it's always been weird because they occupy the same space, but in a completely different way. And their approach to games is so different, but yet they sometimes do have to cross over in the same way. Like, look at the way Nintendo handles online. It's like just such a distinctly like ass backwards. Like, they're like always, it feels like 10 years behind when it comes to
still no achievements. Yeah. Which I think is, is dark.
So, but it's interesting because there's other ways where they just excel, where they're like, okay, let's boil down our games into like what is fun, what is unique. Like, clearly their games are very gimmick driven, but not necessarily in a negative way. Like, at this point, I feel like Nintendo, they don't just release sequels for the most part. By and large, they don't release sequels that are just more of the same. Like Mario Odyssey, the gimmick is the hat. The new Kirby is the mouthful mode, right? They're always looking for what's the thing with this release of this version of the same type of game you've played over and over. And for some people, that will be enough. People like me who are morons that will buy almost anything that Nintendo puts out. And for others, it won't be. But their approach to games is clearly unique, and it's obviously done wonders for them, because in some ways I feel like Nintendo is unmatched. They're such a weird company with that. They're just so incredibly successful despite like just so many moronic choices that you would think that would just completely hamper them, but they clearly don't. So many decisions too that feel completely, I don't want to say feel, they are anti-consumer in a lot of ways. Like the stupid situation with that Mario Anniversary collection where they removed the digital sales, which it's not ultimately a huge deal because there's plenty of copies of that floating around, but it's still like, guys,
I bought it.
Why?
I had to buy it.
Dude, me too. It's like, that's a thing. They know the line for their fans. They know exactly how much they can fuck them right in the ass, and we'll bend over every time. We'll say, Mario, bring it.
Yeah,
and,
Mario, give me that dong.
Give me that large
give me
dong.
that big Italian dong.
Yeah. So, Nintendo, I am one of them. So, I guess, thanks.
Well, that was an interesting circuitous route through that one. Thank you for that, Dustin.
Yeah, no problem.
Chris, KBR Sports says about Reggie Fils-Aimé that he should be on the show, perhaps. And he's curious why Nintendo isn't considered the standard. Do you have any interest in his biography or his book at all?
Oh yeah, yeah, totally. I'm. He's always been an interesting person to me. I have a lot of nostalgia for those early E3 presenters. People from like I think 2008 to 2013. There's like a lot of nostalgia in E3 for me for the presenters of that time. And Reggie was obviously huge. I would say that he says that why isn't Nintendo the standard because they're the oldest, and that time. I don't think time spent in the industry makes you the standard. I think volume dictates the standard. I mean, the standard is things like Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty, where you get a sequel to the same game every year, and it's more or less the same thing with like a couple new bells and whistles kind of arbitrarily stapled to it. And that's not really what Nintendo does. Metroid, we just had Dread after how many years without a Metroid game, and obviously that other Metroid Prime game is kind of in development hell, put off because they didn't want to release it. We're just getting footage now of the sequel to Breath of the Wild, and that's ages old at this point. So they do take their time. So them being older doesn't really make them the standard. If anything, they've been around for so long that the way they do business they don't follow anyone else. Almost, I think, because they were the original. It's like, what are we going to follow? We're Nintendo. What do you mean? If you're not going to follow us, then what are you doing? I almost feel like that's how they feel, even though they are objectively wrong with certain things like online and the way they handle virtual console. And I don't know, just certain things that I disagree with and don't necessarily agree, don't necessarily feel like they're putting their ecosystem in the best place possible. But I would love to have Reggie on the show. That would be amazing. Like I would love to pick his brain and just see where that conversation would go. I think he's an interesting guy. I know he's from the Bronx, which is also where I'm from. So it's like interesting from that. I know the book is kind of about that as well. So I'm eager to read it and see like how he ties everything together. But I don't know, man. I feel like Nintendo is just this. I mean, like, I guess Dustin said it the best, where they just sort of exist and they just do their own thing, and they don't care how they come across. They just know where the line is for their audience. And even when they cross that line, people are like, whatever. And then they make these baffling moves like, let's have Chris Pratt voice Mario in a movie. And it's like, what is this? What are you doing? Who asked for this? Who asked for this exactly? I don't know if you guys have been watching some of these interviews with Reggie, but he was giving this one interview where he was talking about, somebody asked him, what is your favorite worst game? And he said, I absolutely hated Donkey Konga. And I thought
so
that was
weird, because I was
hilarious.
just thinking about that game.
I thought that was hilarious to me. The idea of like Reggie fuming at Nintendo, being like, this game is fucking terrible.
Yeah, it was so
Konga.
stupid. I was a GameCube super fan, and I hated that goddamn thing just because you had to buy the controller, and it's totally gimmicky. Yeah, he would be. Maybe I'll try to set something up and have you guys do the interview. That'd be fun.
That'd be amazing.
I have great Reggie memories, even going earlier than that. Just like I think it was at 2004 when he did like the look, kind of his like little speech where I was like, oh my god, he's so weird. He was like one of the very first characters in the industry during the internet age, really. And
yeah,
so there was something special about him.
A lot of Nintendo's E3s before that were pretty dry. I know that based on like watching them, it's like very straightforward. They're actually a little bit more similar to the way they do them now, in the sense where it's like a little bit more just straightforward to the point. A little bit more business oriented back then. But I think, yeah, he was that tipping point where it was about the presenters and the character. And I think a lot of other companies started following suit.
I remember when they were playing Skyward Sword on stage and Miyamoto, like the sword didn't work or whatever.
Oh, it was all fucked up. Yeah, it was like it was all over the place.
That was
My body is ready.
So awesome. And then the headbanging guy playing Wii Music. That's a famous meme. I love that guy. Yeah, they used to do a thing. Nintendo used to do a thing in Japan called Space World, which they haven't done for years, I don't think. But that was kind of like they had their own E3 as well. And that's where like a bunch of really weird shit happened, like good stuff in the early internet age in the 90s when you would watch like little postage size videos, and it would be that N64 render of the Final Fantasy VI characters was like a huge deal. I remember back in the early internet. Anyway, Christopher Peralta wrote in, said, "Sup boys, wanted to ask this question at the live show, but due to time constraints, I was unable to. Is Death Stranding worth exploring a sequel to? Currently doing a second playthrough and realize this is my favorite, my all-time favorite PS4 game. Would love to hear your thoughts." This has come up in the past, but I guess we should truly try to nail this down, Chris, should they go back to Death Stranding again? I feel very comfortable leaving this game alone, but I don't know that I'm opposed to them trying to show me how they can go back to it. So I don't really have a preference, but if all things being equal, I would rather Kojima just made something new, personally.
Yeah. I would accept one if offered one, but I don't want it. I'm not actively like hoping for one. I think what was so special about Death Stranding is that it feels like this thing that it's almost a miracle that it exists in the first place. It's this big budget game that's designed with a very indie philosophy, in the sense that it's really doing something that other games are just not doing, both in the kind of single player multiplayer aspect of competitive cooperation, and just the idea that, yeah, your terrain is the enemy and AI doesn't really play a part in that all that much. And I just think, I don't know what they could do with a sequel that could really make it more impactful. I think a sequel would come across as a little bit more of the same, and that's kind of not what I want out of Death Stranding. I like that it's new and different and bizarre and weird, and I feel like it has value because it's a one-off. You know, it's this strange thing that we don't really get anymore. We don't get one-offs now that are successes. If something's a one-off and it's a success, the standard dictates that it's like, all right, here's the sequel, here's the prequel, because we don't like doing fours. And then after the prequel, it's like, maybe we'll do the four. Now that people are okay with 4 games existing, maybe the number 4 is not a big deal. And then it's just this whole fucking thing. They do that. This is a noticeable thing, especially on the Xbox side. See, like Gears 1, Gears 2, Gears 3, Gears Judgment, Gears 4. You know, Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Reach, Halo 4. You know, it's for some reason we have this distinct desire to mine something until it's completely dead in the water, and I don't want that to happen to Death Stranding. I think it's too special to let that happen.
Yeah, I think you said it very well. What do you think, Dustin?
I realize as I've gotten older that I want things to end. I don't like things that go on in just forever, because I feel like there's always a plateau point. And then I don't know, it's hard to, like, that's how I feel about Marvel. It's just like, is it ever going to be better? Is Endgame ever going to be topped? Which I know that some people like this, like, I feel like liking Marvel movies is like a lifestyle. Like, you live your lives with these characters from now on permanently until they stop making money or whatever. But so many of the things that I love have just gone on and keep making stuff. Like, obviously Kingdom Hearts is one that it's like, I didn't really want another Kingdom Hearts game. I was kind of cool. I like the idea of something ending. Another in the movie world, Toy Story, one of my favorite movies growing up was Toy Story 1 and 2. And they did 3, and it felt like a really nice ending, a nice send-off. And then they went and did Toy Story 4 anyway. And I was like, do we need to do this? And now they're doing stupid Buzz Lightyear movie. It's so it makes me mad. But I just have to accept that the things I love will keep going. And so I can either be a curmudgeon and cross my arms and be like, they need to stop. They're diluting it. Or just take it for what it is. And so with Death Stranding, it's like, I don't know. I don't want a sequel. But I feel like I trust Kojima as a creator, that if he's going to do it, then I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And hopefully he justifies and has something new to tell within that world. So no, don't want a Death Stranding sequel, but I will be optimistic if that's the case.
We'll leave it there. Ricky Pontes wrote in, said, "Hey gents, after seeing episode 200, what an event. I couldn't make it this time, but I am hopeful for the next one. I love what you guys bring to the industry and just look forward to future content from you guys. Now, I was thinking of this last week. I just platinumed your game, Colin, Habroxia, and I loved it. By the way, already working on Habroxia 2 and going to play that as well. Thank you. So it made me think, what would LSM, the video game, be about? Would you make it a JRPG, a story-driven game of platformer? I think this would be awesome. I have thought of ideas on how this would work, but I want to hear it from the three sacred boys themselves. Thank you all for the amazing content and enjoy celebrating still your great achievement in episode 200. Thank you, Ricky. Thought this was a fun idea. So as Chris knows, when I bought my share of Lilymo in 2019, we had originally a concept for a game that was going to be about Chris. And
oh yeah.
And we were calling it Please Protect Chris. And it was this, we had like a kind of a brawler thing, like a demo going for it. We still have it. We still want to make a brawler. So it's just funny that you asked that. And of course, that idea of just writing about ourselves came to fruition in Twinbreaker the next year, which is, where we're the characters in it. And I'd like to write a sequel to that one day and include Dustin and do more with that if we can, because it's fun. But I don't really know what the game would be. And I love the idea of, I just like the idea of making games that exist in our world. Like that was the entire idea about the Please Protect Chris, was like, it was supposed to be about how he was being attacked on his way to record the podcast through like these different neighborhoods and all these different villains coming after him or whatever for no really reason. So just kind of a silly idea. But Dustin, let's start with you. Do you have an idea of what a Sacred Symbols game could be?
Yeah, I like the idea of the brawler, just because I think that you could do a cool co-op experience, and then you could have each of us as a character and include everybody. Like I'm trying to think, like, man, if you could like be Cog and just like have like super power, like there's a move or something where it's like he like, totally like full arms, just like full muscles, like taking people out. And then Maddie, I'm trying to think, like his would have to be like some kind of I don't know, like I'm thinking of like Sanji from One Piece, like Maddie, like taking people out, like doing crazy kicks and stuff. But I like the idea of it being a co-op, though. There is maybe a possibility of like a platform fighter where we have to fight each other as well. that could be something to explore. But I don't know. I'm trying to think what the story would be, though. Like what would be what is Last Stand's main enemy?
I don't know.
Game publishers,
yeah.
PR,
happiness.
Oh, dude, yeah.
That could be our arch enemy. Chris, what do you think? Should we have a game other than Twinbreaker, of course?
I think the Streets of Rage style brawler would be a lot of fun. But also, like, I can't help but feel this way every time somebody asks me about this. I always think like a Mugen style character fighter. Like I always, because it's just you could just do so much ridiculous shit in that environment. Like something like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, where it's just like, 2 players on screen at any given time. We have enough of a roster where it would be like a really amusing to. I feel like it would be so much fun to figure out like what everybody's like special moves would be, or like what the walk cycle for everybody would look like based on how we carry ourselves on the show, or like just like these little things that shine really brightly in a fighting game environment that don't really have any business being highlighted in you can't really make like. You're not gonna make like a Sacred Symbols FPS or like a third person action game, so it's not going to happen. Or like even something as simple as a platform would be like, yeah, you could, but there's like limited expression that you can do there. But I'm thinking, oh my god, like just the thought of Dustin doing like some Phoenix Wright, like popping like a move, or like the hold triangle and circle, and then Dustin is like stand down, and then like the gamer battalion like. Like just
like a crowd, like
yeah,
dude, that would be awesome.
Or like Colin with like Keebler elves and shit. Like I just think it would be like it would be a ton of fun to make that game. I think.
Yeah,
it would be. I'm always surprised that, not that we would necessarily be influential, but after I made Twin Breaker with Barry, I thought maybe it would be influential for like. I'm surprised there aren't other groups or podcasters or media people that like don't make their own games. It's not. It's expensive. Like we and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, but we have other people. We have a studio that does it, but led by Barry. But I don't know. It just seems like such an obvious place you'd want to be. I'm going to continue to make games until I can anymore. It's fun. It's a cool place to like explore and see what works, and how you can also like kind of cross channel all your different projects, which was the entire idea behind Twin Breaker and what we would do with this brawler too.
Yeah.
Doesn't Angry Video Game Nerd have a game?
Yeah, he
has one.
And
a platformer.
The 8-bit guy has a game too, or a few games I think but he makes them himself, like on Amiga or something like that. But not many of them out there. And there was
I think PewDiePie had a game too.
Penny Arcade had their games too. Those were made by
right. I forgot about
the dudes that made what the fuck? They're like a role playing game studio. Anyway,
we could have all these different characters too based on write-ins and stories. We could have generic video game CEO who holds his controller all weird.
Yeah, definitely.
And he hits like that, dude. It'd be so fun.
It would be. That's a fun idea. We have the brawler still. We have the demo.
I've never seen that. I'm gonna have to ask Barry. I need some inside scoop. I need to see it.
Yeah, he can show it to you, I'm sure. All right, let's see here. Walter Boley wrote in, said, "Howdy, hollowed slittas. AS, very respectful, thank you. Glad to see Sacred Symbols 200. Was a blast. I'm writing to refute a narrative that Colin mostly pushed in episode 199, but was not refuted by Chris or Dustin. The idea that some casual customers choosing to not pay for games have forced the righteous gaming companies to consider ads in their full-price products. If a company is doing something you don't like, you should blame the company. Microsoft and Sony are not struggling companies forced to compromise their art in order to break even. They're making an ungodly amount of money, but it isn't enough. They must have all of the money. If people all of a sudden started buying more games, and I personally doubt the various corporations would walk away from this new money of real-world advertisements in gaming. Would love to hear the Sacred's crew's thoughts on this. I don't agree at all, but I'll let you guys take it away. Chris, do you have any thoughts on what Walter has to say here about, I don't know. It sounds like he thinks I'm like lionizing the companies in some way by saying, by blaming the customers, but I do think it is the customer's fault. But talk to me.
I don't know. I think I feel like there's no reality that exists where a company will not try and milk as much money out of their product as possible. I think usually what happens is they kind of hold off on things for a while, and they sort of like leniently kind of like slowly get the ball rolling on these. Like it's like a little bit here, a little bit there. Horse DLC here evolves into paying for a better gun in like a PvP game later on down the line, and I don't know if it's necessarily the player's fault, because the player's job is really just to engage with the material in front of them. That's the only thing that they're doing. They're playing the game, and if the game is designed in such a way to incentivize payment, it is ultimately your choice what to do with your money. And if you send a message that says, I'm willing to pay for this, that is on you. But also, I think game developers and, these big companies in general know what they're doing. I mean, there's a reason why advertising is an insanely expensive industry. And it's because it works. And, I don't know. I feel mixed on it because I feel like, taking advantage of human psychology is inherently manipulative and inherently almost kind of evil. But we are full-grown adults at the end of the day, and it is our responsibility to choose what we engage with and what we don't. I think there's a lot of blame to go in all different directions, but ultimately, it is the company's responsibility. It is the company's fault that they're doing this. Like the people aren't making them do that. They're responding to it by participating, but that doesn't necessarily make it the people's fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough. Do you agree, Dustin?
I don't know. I'm going to have to check the tape to see what I said, but I recall saying something like some of these free-to-play games, it's not really an option on whether or not you buy it or not. Like Apex is free. So there's no blaming someone for playing Apex because it's like it's not that they're being trained by a company or something to not pay for something. That's how the game is. But you could argue the reason why it's like that is because there's success in other markets like the mobile market, which then translate over to other gaming platforms, which is unfortunate in some ways. But
I will also say that we have had ads in our game for a while now. Like there are ads, and I'm not talking about like the Pizza Hut billboards in or the Pizza Hut stores in Crazy Taxi or anything. I'm talking about like, you look at like the home screen of any modern video game that has online functionality, and you're going to see an ad for something. It's usually something to do with the game, like, oh, hey, here's season 2. Here's the new update for this game. But occasionally it'll be like a tie-in with like, here's a skin from this company. Or, even when you turn on your PlayStation 5, like one of the first things you see is an ad for something you likely don't give a shit about. It's not like this is inherently new. Like the idea that companies are looking into advertise in games. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm for this or anything. I just mean to say that this is kind of what things are already. And honestly, in the free-to-play space, I'm kind of surprised that this hasn't already been happening to a more egregious degree. I don't think we're going to see like, oh, every time you die in like Fortnite, an ad for OxyClean is going to interrupt you. Like, I don't think that's what we're going to be experiencing. So I do think people should like maybe ease up on the doom and gloom of it. But I do think I understand why people are why people feel uncomfortable with this in general.
Yeah, I was surprised by this letter because I thought I was pretty complimentary of the potential of advertising to be used organically and even righteously to make a product, or at least conceivably make a product better. And I use sports games as an example. Yeah. Right. Like, I always thought it was weird when I'd play NHL games that there weren't ads all over the boards, because that's the way it is at a real game. And then you'd slowly see the ads implemented in all of this. But there's a line that goes too far. For instance, in European hockey, their jerseys are covered in ads. The goalie's gear is covered in ads. In the NHL, there is none of that. There are no ads on anything. You see the logo, you see the company that makes the jersey and the company that makes the gear, but that's it. And the line in between to me has always been the NBA, where these guys make gratuitous amounts of money on this league, and yet now ads are starting to appear on their jerseys over the years and almost turning into like a NASCAR light type situation. I think there's different degrees of it. My whole argument, though, Walter, is if the monetization of games remains steady and people weren't lured by the siren call of free-to-play, freemium, whatever types of games, then we wouldn't be nowhere near this reality. That's the point.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they would monetize anything they could, but I don't think they would be anywhere near thinking they had the opportunity to monetize like this. Because I think they would be like, we sell these games. You can interact in deeper ways with, our EA team shit and all the cards you can play. But generally speaking, like, we sell our games, and so we don't feel like it's appropriate, or we have our stuff. Like I was saying last week, when a movie is filmed with a Coca-Cola ad baked into it, and that's kind of the cost of doing business. That adds realism, and that's like a one-time thing. I just feel like dynamic ads in a lot of different games, and this movement towards just ignoring paid games is destructive. And it is what it is. It's the economy and the market reacting to the forces that are there. But I do blame like the consumer for going down allowing ourselves to be sucked down this pipeline that I've been talking about for years of just bottom of the barrel, race to the bottom, free to play, freemium, ad ridden bullshit. It ruined mobile gaming.
Yeah. One thing I will say too is that if you are the type of person who's like spending a lot of money in like microtransactions and like buying skins and stuff, the message that sends to the developers is if they're engaging with this, that means they will engage with more. You know, money that they're willing to spend on a skin means there's even more money that they're not spending on skins. And we want that money that they're not spending on skins. You know, like whereas opposed to like, I don't know, man, if you try to sell something and no one buys it, they're not going to try to double monetize something that nobody's buying. So yeah, you are right. Like it's an ebb and flow, and everybody participates in some way.
Right. No, there's no doubt. Like we've all participated, and
yeah.
But I do think that some has been more egregious than others. And what I can say is that throughout my entire life, since I had money in my pocket, I've been buying video games, lots and lots and lots and lots of video games, and I've contributed more than my fair share to the pot. So I do speak from that position of like, yeah, when I made $6 an hour in high school, when I made no money in college, when I was at IGN and had nothing and I wanted a game that we couldn't get there or whatever, I bought them. No matter how much money I had, and I still buy games to this day. As you guys, I think most of the audience knows, we don't get games for free at all. So with the exception of like from our friends at small studios sometimes. So I don't know. I just want us to be in a position where we can buy something, expect quality, not have this dynamic pay situation, this dynamic update situation, this dynamic quality situation, all the rest. It's ruining games. It just really is. I don't know how people can't see that. There was a time where a game was released and it worked. And you got what you paid for. And there was no option to make it work other than that. It either worked or it didn't. So you have found very few games that didn't work. Anyway, Dylan Zimmerman has the final inquiry. He says, "Hey, Slits, I recently ran across an interview with Neil Druckmann about his interest in possibly doing a Punisher game. With Marvel properties seeming like surefire successes for Sony, do you think this may be the next game from them? Would you want it to be?"
Oh, God. No.
I have to say this. I like Punisher, actually. I don't really know anything about the character himself, but I like the idea, and I've said it before on the show, of this doesn't have superpowers, just his guns. He's a fucking vigilante revenge quest or whatever. That's neat. I don't want Sony, 25% of Sony's exclusive output to turn into Marvel games. It's just like enough already. I think even Wolverine is like a step too far, knowing that we're also getting Spider-Man 2, but I'm sure it's going to be great, but like, all right, that's it. No more.
Yeah.
And that's right. Kind of where I stand. What do you think, Chris?
No, I agree 100%. Like I just Punisher, like I like Punisher too. Like I even liked the show when I was watching it. Well, this is the first season. The second season's pretty terrible. The first season of The Punisher is pretty solid. John Bernthal and it's in that weird kind of pre-Disney Plus show thing that they were doing with Netflix, where they had like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage and Daredevil, and like it was good. And I like that character, and I like the premise of it. And I think, yeah, he probably could make a good video game. I think if you were going to make a Punisher game, I think you would want to approach somebody like Remedy. I think Remedy would make an amazing Punisher game. But yeah, like I don't want I don't want Naughty Dog making a Punisher game. Like I can't think of a bigger waste of talent than something like that. I think Insomniac is in a unique position where they're really the only studio in the first party, or at least like when Spider-Man was happening. They're really the only studio in the first party that was doing that, the Marvel thing. But they were also doing other things. They were doing Ratchet and Clank on the side, and then they're going to continue to do more. I would imagine we're going to see some VR stuff from them in the future as well. But I don't want Marvel to just consume literally everything around me. Like I'm really looking forward. I'm going to see Doctor Strange tonight, specifically because this is the first time we're getting a Sam Raimi movie in a really, really long time, and I love Sam Raimi movies. I'm sad that it has to be this. It has to be a Marvel movie. I would rather it be literally anything else or just something different. But I'm seeing it because that's what's available to me from this person. And I would like to be able to go to an ecosystem and know that there is really quality stuff there that isn't tied to some extraneous IP that, quite frankly, is already pretty ubiquitous. If the MCU wasn't so damn pervasive, I don't know if I would have as much of a problem with it. But because it is, and it is so demanding of your attention, you can't go on Twitter without seeing Moon Knight this, Doctor Strange that, Spider-Man this. It's like the modern religion of our time at this point. And the fewer games that exist that take that space up, I think the better. I'm still looking forward to Wolverine, still looking forward to Spider-Man 2, but I'm satisfied as well.
What do you think, Dustin?
I feel like, I want creatives to do the things they want to do. But at the same time, Neil Druckmann has written so many fantastic characters from scratch that I would hate to see him be constrained to an already established character. So, yeah, and just, I don't know if I have much to add. What you and Chris have already said. It's just like enough. We have the Marvel space covered in the Sony ecosystem. So I'm good.
I think you guys said it very well. I just think, as I say from time to time, every opportunity taken is infinite opportunities lost. So these games just don't come out of nowhere. And you want Naughty Dog to make a Punisher game, then that means they're not going to make something else. Just like we've been saying, if they're going to make a Last of Us or an Uncharted, that means they're not going to make something else too. So everything comes at a cost, and I want to see more new things. I'm also not enamored with Marvel, like a lot of people are. I'm just not. I think it's fine, but I'm not into it. Yeah. If I never saw another Marvel anything ever again, I'd be completely fine with that. Just totally fine with it. So that's it. That's all we have for this lengthy 4+ hour episode of Sacred Symbols. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, man. I'm just it's so funny. I was talking to Dustin before you joined the room, and I was like, I'm still kind of like almost getting my sea legs back, even though like I've taken longer trips and flown longer flights. But I think like the whiplash of it, like just being like in and out in like a day. I've never flown to a place and been there for less than a day ever. Like, so it was like, so just coming back was like, what the fuck? Where am I? What day is it? But man, I am eager to do another live show, man.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like hungry to do it.
We will. I agree with you, by the way. I'm a little weird this week.
Yeah.
Like in my everyday life, I'm just a little strange. But it's, as I said on that Plus episode, I don't feel like we get the advantage of really surviving on the high for a while, like a touring band. Like we just, everything leads up to one show, not 30 or 40 shows. So we kind of have to take what we can get. But we will be back out there later in the year. You can go listen to the Sacred Symbols Plus episode for more about that. Dustin, closing comments.
I have two things, and they both revolve around censorship. Number one, there is 10 seconds of black in the Sacred Symbols 200 video.
Oh,
Nothing was censored out. It's just that a small clip got deactivated in Final Cut. And so there was like no review period because we were trying to get out as fast as possible. So there's nothing censored out of the show. And honestly, the fact that that's the only thing from the entire event, I feel like that's the worst thing that happened. So
it was so funny too, because like I was watching it and it was like the perfect time for a cutout.
I know.
It was Colin saying, I just noticed recently that the Remedy logo is a
just silence.
As if I was like killed or as a
it was amazing.
Yeah. So it was not censored. It was just a very small mistake on my part. There will have to be some censorship in this show, Colin, because the C word was used earlier in a write-in. And so I'm going to have to bleep that out if we don't want to get demonetized.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's funny now because I don't know. I'm going to have to like...
insanity.
I think I'm just going to obnoxiously bleep it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that a special word that you can't say, actually?
You cannot use... Well, the most viewed episode of Sacred Symbols ever has partial monetization because Colin... I don't remember what the context was, but you said the C word, and that's a word that YouTube says, no, too far.
So ridiculous.
Oh, damn.
Whatever. That's fine. No. Yeah, you can bleed it up. Okay. Well, good closing comments. I have no closing comments. I'm tired. I'm going to go walk the dogs and hang out, but I appreciate you guys out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols, Last Stand Media, Knockback, Defining Duke. We'll have our merch up soon, but a lot of people are asking about that. Merch debuted at the live show. We sold a lot of it, so we're actually trying to replenish everything, but that will be rolling out in the coming weeks, and we'll have more information about that as well. And that's basically it. All right. We'll see you next time. Till then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.